I just saw something, and I don't really know how to explain it. I'm a farmer in the Midwest of the US. I'm still currently driving a tractor as I'm typing this. I'm driving an all wagon, unloading a combine, and I looked out my right window facing east. Over in the distance, about 200 yards along the edge of a field that borders a wooded area, I saw this thing. It looked humanish. It was extremely tall. If I were to guess, it looked around 7 feet tall, walking on its legs like a person. But whatever this was, it was not human. Its arms hung down to its knees, but the weirdest part was its head. I don't know if this was its actual head or if it was wearing it, but it looked like an elk skull with large antlers. Elks are not native to where I am, but the antlers were way too big to be a white-tailed deer. I couldn't tell if it was wearing clothes or not. I have no clue what this thing was. I called the combine operator and he saw it too, and has no clue either. Does anyone know what this thing is? First time I'm telling this in public, but I have an interesting one, since I got hypnotized by my stepdad. I was around my teenage years, and he told me he had been learning hypnotization for 2 years by a professional, so he kind of knew a lot about it. Since he was dedicated to learn for a couple of years. After knowing that, of course we had to try it once. And with we, I mean the rest of my siblings too. We were still young back then, and so all 3 of us were laying in bed, breathing in and out for a few seconds, then concentrate on his voice. I felt like I had to be real with this and just really focus on what he says. The idea was he would bring us back to our past lives, trying to remember it. And so, for 10 minutes, I was so concentrated on picturing the things he said in my mind to actually go further than my imagination would go. Everything went smoothly. Except for my siblings, it didn't really work on them. But me, I was still closing my eyes. I pictured walking through a long hall with a door at the end. When I reached the door, I came out at a beach. When I stood there, some Pegasus horse came at me and took me on his back, and we flew off to the sky. From there on is when it happened. At first, it was those small images, seeing a street. I think it was around the late 1800s. I'm not very good with history, I'm afraid. But I saw people wearing them black long hats and suits, and women wearing them dresses, what you mostly see in some movies. I know, yeah, it was in America. Note, that's why I always wanted to go to USA since I was very young. Always felt like I belonged there. After that, I woke up in a bed, still in my past life. It was weird, because I had a bad feeling when I woke up there. I was just laying there, when I suddenly felt something behind me. I turned around, and I saw a woman next to me. But she was freakishly scary, because she looked at me in a creepy way and then smiled, and opened her whole mouth. But her teeth were sharp. All were sharp and long. And me, I was crying on the other side. I literally cried to get me out of there. And my dad said as fast as he could to wake up in 3, 2, 1. And I woke up, tears falling down my cheeks. I never felt so scared before. That was one hell of an experience. Also, I'm a painter. One day I just thought of what happened after I woke up from the hypnotization. I slightly remembered that I ran off from that scary lady before I woke up. Years later, when I was in my early 20s, I painted, what you can say, an image of what happened after I ran off. I literally just painted it out of nowhere. A white man standing in an alley, scared as hell, and it was even snowing at the time. Since I was a kid, as far as I could remember, I've always had paranormal experiences. The first one I remember was in the 4th grade or so. I had started playing drums because I was inspired by a drummer in a band I really liked. I had fallen asleep but woke up, or thought so, to my drums being played. Thinking it was my little sister, I jumped up to tell her to get off my drums, but realised I couldn't move. I was experiencing sleep paralysis. I didn't want to open my eyes. I was scared. I felt a pressure on my chest that made it hard to breathe. Suddenly, a child's voice spoke, "I love you." I opened my eyes, only to be staring at a faceless figure. She had short brown hair to her shoulders, a red frilly dress, and no facial features, much like Slender Man. I closed my eyes and fell back asleep until I woke up. The next day at school, I noticed a friend of mine upset, not crying, just upset. I asked what had happened, and she said her cousin had passed away. I asked her to explain this person. She explained the girl from my paralysis, minus the facial features. The last experience I remember was 3 or so months ago. I had spent the night at my mama's in Georgia. My family had made me upset, and her house was surrounded by woods and one house. So I went into the woods to calm down. I was startled when a kid screamed, "Mommy, Mommy, wake up! There's someone in the woods! Mommy, Mommy, won't you wake up?" Changing a few words here and there. I turned to let the kid know I wasn't a threat, only taking out anger, but no kid was in sight. For some reason in my head, I imagined this kid with short blonde hair and a green shirt. Later that day, I was eating dinner and looking out from the window into the woods. A tall white figure, standing in a dressed-looking robe of some sort, stared back, or what I'd imagined being stared back if she had any eyes. I looked back to my food and ignored it, figuring I was paranoid from earlier. I looked back earlier and nothing was there. Only woods. This happened to me about 3 years ago. I found out I was pregnant with my second child. We were so happy and excited to add to our family. During my first pregnancy, I had the best, most intense dreams I've ever had. This pregnancy was different. My first dream that really stuck with me, right after finding out, was of my dad dying. I woke up in tears, but knew it was just a dream. 2 to 3 nights later, I had a dream about my mum dying. Again, I woke up in tears. I told my husband, and he said they're just dreams, nothing to worry about, even though he knows I believe dreams to be so much more. 2 days before my 35th birthday, I had a nightmare. I was at a restaurant carrying a baby in a carrier attached to my body. I was sitting at a long table with about 15 other people. Everyone was laughing and having a wonderful time. Then, out of nowhere, someone walks in and just starts shooting. As soon as I'm hit, I wake up. It was at that moment that my miscarriage began. I lost the baby 2 days later, on my birthday. That night, I lay in bed, thinking of what could have been, crying until I fell asleep. I had a dream. It was of my husband's nana, who had recently passed and I had been close with. She was sitting right at my feet. She gave them a squeeze and said, "Don't worry, hon, I got him." And then I woke up. I know the 3 dreams before the miscarriage were sort of preparing for me for the loss to come. But Nana visiting me, that was something that healed me. What do you all think? I'll start by saying this encounter was not mine, but my mum's. When she was 39, now 68, she lost her best friend to cancer. She was broken and so sad. I was 9. I remember her being so lost. We were playing in the living room when she excused herself to go to the bathroom. When she came back, she seemed happier, more at peace with the loss. I never thought anything of it, being 9 years old. Now, I'm a writer and artist and do quite a bit of research into the paranormal for my stories. One day, I was talking with my mum about how I need to research ghost encounters for a Halloween short I'm writing. She looks at me in a way she never has. She says to me she had one after her friend passed. The day she excused herself to go to the bathroom, she told me she didn't have to go. She just felt the urge to go into her bathroom. So she did. Waiting for her was her best friend and her bubby, grandma and Jewish. Her bubby smiled and grabbed her friend's hand. Her friend smiled, gave a little wave, and they left. My mum explained to me that it was in that moment that she knew death was not the end. You would be with the ones you love. They would hold your hand and let you know that everyone else is okay. She then went on to tell me she has had many different experiences since she became a mother. But I didn't know that they were until that day. Now, on a side note, I've always been interested in the strange, supernatural and paranormal. It's like it was in my DNA. Now I wonder if it is. I was having a sleepover with cousins, and for some reason, we were sleeping in the living room. It's open to the rest of the first floor, and you can basically see the integrity of the floor from there. I'm dreaming, and I see a scary beast with claws and horns making its way up the staircase. I see it from where I'm sleeping, as if my eye were floating over my body. As soon as the demon/beast reached the top floor, my sister screamed to death. I mean, the loudest, scariest scream. I'm like, all right, what the fuck? What a strange coincidence. I keep it to myself, and it ends there. So I thought. Several years later, I overhear my sister and my mom talking about that story, and it sent chills down my spine. Turns out, they both had the dream of the same thing as I did. Well, my mom saw the exact same thing as me, but from the top of the stairs. She went to take a look, just to be sure everything was fine, because the dream was very surreal, and so was mine. At the exact time she got out of her room, she screams is to be heard. From my sister's point of view, a dark, shadowy figure slid under the door and made his way up the wall, to the ceiling, getting closer and closer to the top of her face. It transforms into a big black spider and it drops on her face. Obviously, that's what scared the shit out of her and made her scream, waking up with a major panic attack. The only explanation they found was the fact that my sister had borrowed a satanic book from the library, and this demon was attached to it. The book was in her room and it was returned the next day. It never happened to either of us since, but this one will stick with us for a long time. I was leaving my girlfriend's house last night a little after 3 a.m. and I saw something that has baffled me to the point that I feel like this is the only place I could potentially find an answer. My girlfriend lives right next to a church and cemetery. The church is at the top of the hill, and the cemetery starts at the bottom of the hill at the road. As I was approaching the cemetery to turn onto the main road, a streak of light, about 3 feet off the ground, came bounding from the top of the hill and crossed in front of me, headed towards the main road. The best way I can think to describe its movement is to picture a rock skipping across water, but instead of a rock, it was a streak of light. Actually, it's pretty comparable to Tracer from Overwatch when she uses her blink ability. My first thought was that it was some kind of reflection. I still think that's the only logical explanation. But then I thought it kind of looked like the reflection of a cat's eyes, but that would require it to be looking at me, and there's no way an animal could look at me while running in the direction it was moving. About the time it was directly in front of me, I tried to see if I could make out any kind of figure. This part honestly sounds extremely ridiculous, But it almost looks like there was an outline of a small, cloaked person right behind the light, almost like they were chasing it. With it being really dark, and me only barely making out that shape to begin with, I'm going to assume that was just in my head, but the light was definitely real. I sped up while trying to also keep my eyes on it, in order to get a closer look. Even rolled my window down as I got closer, but when I got to where it crossed my path, it was gone. There's nowhere it could have gone, except in some really tall glass, but I tried to look there too, and saw nothing. All three of these things happened simultaneously. I was just daydreaming when out of nowhere, I started to feel abnormally tired. Then, the Alice in Wonderland syndrome kicked in, and I felt like everything around me, both in real life and my daydream, was really small. It became so overwhelming that I had to close my eyes, which was when the hallucination kicked in. As soon as I closed my eyes, I had a hallucination that felt like a vision than it did a hallucination. I saw a man with white hair and a white beard riding a horse. Normally, I would see an image, and that would be the end of it. But like I said, this felt like more of a vision. And for some reason, I instantly, I guess subconsciously, knew that the man on the horse was supposed to be me. I was then joined by a few other white-haired men on horses. But here is where it gets weird. As I was having this hallucination, I had another hallucination over top of it at the same time. But this one was weird. It only lasted for an instant. Like less than a second, maybe less than half a second. But I comprehended the entire thing in that short time. But since it happened so quick, I forgot some of the details. What I do remember is that it was me and some girl. No idea who she is, having the same hallucination at the same time, and unlocking some kind of memory that connected the two of us. But what makes this hallucination so bizarre, besides overlapping another hallucination at the same time, was that I know I've had that conversation with that girl before. Except, I obviously never have. It felt like deja vu, but deja vu, as far as I know, occurs at the same time as an event, causing it to feel like it's happened before. But I've never actually had that conversation. But I definitely remember having it, if that makes sense. I don't really believe in the paranormal, though I would like to believe it, so I guess that's why I'm really sharing this, hoping there's more to it than just my brain doing weird stuff, despite the fact that I'm pretty certain that it was just wild and normal experience. So if anyone has some compelling thoughts, I would love to hear them. Paranormal or just normal. My dad lives in the Scottish Highlands, has done for the last 20 plus years, and I drive the 14-hour round trip to visit as often as possible, maybe 2 or 3 times a year. I've always loved this journey, especially if I'm by myself, as there's around 2 to 3 hours of motorway, highway, followed by back roads through the mountains, through forests and around lochs where I can put music on and pretty much just switch off. For the most part, there's little to no phone signal, so I generally download a couple of playlists before I go, pop my phone in its holder, and blindly follow the sat-nav until it loses signal. I've been doing this journey for years, so really I have no requirement for the sat-nav, but I love to try and beat the ETA. It can also be quite handy when it has signal to let me know if there are any accidents or diversions ahead. Anyhow, on this particular journey, I was coming home. I'd set off at nightfall as there's less traffic on the overnight journeys and less chance to get stuck behind holidaymakers, especially caravans. I fucking hate caravans. I was travelling south in January and the weather was something else. My car showed an outside temperature of minus 12 degrees Celsius, 10 Fahrenheit, and the snow barely stopped. It hadn't stopped since I arrived at my dad's house 4 days earlier. My wipers were on full speed, but still the snow kept piling up on my windscreen, meaning I had to drive around half my usual speed. Every now and then, there'd be a short break in the snowfall, and everything just looked magical. It was like driving through a Christmas card. Looking down into the valleys, everything covered in a thick white blanket and lit up by the dim glow of the overhead moon, making it possible to still make out the river weaving its way through the cracks in the deepest crevices, reflecting what little white light there was. On these roads, there's nothing in terms of lighting, and what's worse, there can quite often be a large drop on either side of the road. Couple this with 3 to 4 feet of fresh snowfall and an inability to see any of the road, and you've got the potential of a lot of accidents. In order to combat this, there's 8-foot high sticks at the sides of the road with reflective tape at the top, red on one side and white on the other. Drive between these and you should be okay. So I was driving and driving. The snow just hadn't given up, and I was focusing on the red and white reflective tape to keep on the road. Up ahead, I saw the dim tail lights of another car. A welcome sight, as it was the first I'd seen in over an hour. Everyone else must have known that it was a bad idea to be out in this. Instead of focusing on the reflective sticks, I was now focusing on the tail lights of the car ahead. I couldn't quite work out what make or model was. A lightish, white or light grey SUV of some sort. Holiday makers. I thought this because I could make out their roof box and bike rack. They too must have ignored the warnings to not drive tonight. When I sped up to try and make some ground between us, it seemed to speed up too. If I slowed down, they slowed down too. The space between us remained a constant. I decided that my headlights must have been annoying them in the rearview mirror, so kept the distance as it was, blindly following their lights while being mindful to try and keep my tyres in the most shallow bits of snow on the road, avoiding the occasional snow mound. A bit of time lapsed. I have no idea how much, as I'd now switched off entirely, listening to my mix of 90s old school dance, the howl of the wind and splat of snow on my windscreen, and in between wiper washers, watching the red lights ahead of me, glowing in the dark like the eyes of a demonic beast, intent on keeping its distance. I noticed the car ahead start to take a turn off the road and felt a sudden sense of sadness and loneliness. I was losing my travel buddy, the only other sign of human life I had seen for the last few hours. I then realised that, having been so intent on following the car in front, I had no idea where I was, which wasn't an issue. I essentially just had to stay on the same road for 3 hours until I reached a fork in the road, turn right, and then onto the main road and see a little roundabout. Bizarrely though, my sat-nav now just displayed lost GPS signal and had me as a dot on a white background. Convenient, as everything was covered in snow. It never did this. It had usually downloaded enough of the route to at least keep the map on screen. It was then I got an overwhelming urge to follow the car ahead. I knew I shouldn't. I literally had no turnings I needed to make off the road, and I really didn't recognise the road that they were taking. And the more I think of it, I've never noticed a turn off that goes down the side of a mountain like this did. But maybe I just never looked. I decided to follow it. Of course I did. If I ever think that I shouldn't do something because it could end up in regret, I'll probably do it. Although, as I neared the turning, I started to doubt myself and thought I should stay on my road, but no matter how much I wanted to keep the wheels going straight, my hands and body wouldn't allow it. I turned off. I didn't recognise this new road. I didn't recognise my old road when I was on that either, so it really made no difference. Everything was white. Everything was dark. Lots of trees and the reflective sticks. If anything, it looked exactly the same, like I hadn't turned off at all. 10 to 15 minutes later, the car ahead started pulling away from me. Only slowly, but faster than I wanted to drive in these conditions, so I let it. It couldn't really get away anyway, as there was nowhere to go up this road, so I figured I'd see it again shortly. Another 10 minutes or so passed of driving alone, and then, in the distance, I spotted lights again, and this time I was catching up quickly. The lights were flashing in the dark distance. Amber, nothing. Amber, nothing. Great. My travel buddy has got their hazard lights on and they've stopped. I decided I'd have to pull over and see what was wrong. As I pulled up behind my buddy, a white Audi, possibly a Q3 or Q5, I'm not sure, I noticed the amount of snow on their car. Surely far too much for them to have just stopped, and there's no tyre tracks for me to pull into. But it was 100% the same car I'd been following. I came to a stop just as a woman in a big blue coat ran to my window waving her arms. I'm not the most empathetic of people, but it didn't take much to read the relief on her face and see that she'd been crying. She'd had to pull over because she had a puncture, and then explained she'd been waiting there, unable to call anyone as there's no signal, and thought she'd have to wait until morning before she could leave. She's had her ignition on while she listened to music and tried to keep the DVD player running for her little one. Pressing the heated seat button each time, it turned itself off, until it wouldn't come back on. Her battery had died. I thought she was being a bit dramatic. It was literally only a few minutes since she'd pulled away from me. She can't have been here long. Over 4.5 hours. That's how long she said they'd been there. Over 4.5 hours sat in her car with her 18-month child in -12 temperatures with no phone signal, food or drink, and no way to heat the inside of the car up. So this wasn't the car in front of me for the last 2 hours. But it looked exactly the same, even down to the dark grey roof box and bike rack. Coincidence? A big one, but that's all I can logically think. I suddenly felt angry. Angry that the car in front of me hadn't stopped to help. Maybe they thought I would. That's a bit presumptuous of them. I asked her if she'd tried to flag them down. A look of confusion or concern spread across her face, but she told me there hadn't been a single car go past while she'd been there. But I stopped myself from going any further, from explaining that I had been following a car that didn't exist for over 2 hours. She was scared enough from being sat there in the dark for the last few hours. I jumped out and looked in her car, assisted by the light from my headlights. I saw her little one was fast asleep. I asked her if she wanted some coffee from my flask. She said yes. I knelt down in the snow. She'd already tried removing the nuts and had left the wrench on the floor next to the wheel. It was covered in a layer of snow and freezing cold. I jacked up the car, removed the tyre and replaced it with the pitiful space saver from the boot. I lit a smoke and pulled my car next to hers, connected the batteries and instructed her to start up her car. Once it came back to life, we stood and spoke. Asked her where she was going. Stirling, she replied. Brilliant, I'll follow behind you. Again, I thought. That's on my route. She thanked me for helping her, for talking to her and for calming her down. She thanked me for the coffee and gave me a quick hug. Quick enough to be meaningful, short enough to not be overly awkward from a stranger. She got in her car and set off. I got in my car. I sat for a moment staring at the all too familiar tail lights of the white greyish SUV with a roof box and bike rack. I lit up a smoke and set off. I sped up. I caught her up. I slowed down. She pulled away. Her speed remained a constant. I kept wondering how she hadn't seen the other car. The other car was exactly the same as her car. I kept wondering how I knew where we were, but yet we hadn't turned off or turned on to any other roads. As we neared the civilization of the A roads, I started to become more aware of the tracks left by my new travel buddy. The tracks in the snow left by their tyres. The tracks in the snow that I'm 99% certain weren't there when I was following her, or the other her. Before I stopped and offered her coffee. The snow eased as we entered a town called Kilmahog. We reached a junction, and she turned right, I turned right. We were now driving in sleet, wet snow that leaves a dirty grey and brown slush on the ground. Wet snow that makes seeing much harder than normal. Dry snow. As we approached the roundabout, she indicated left for the first turning. I indicated right for the last and pulled up alongside her. She looked, waved goodbye, and left. Someone, or rather something, took me away that night, diverted from my normal route. Made me feel as though I had no other option but to follow that car. Guided me into a stranded woman and her child in freezing conditions with no food, water, or heating. I'm still unsure how to explain it. I've not really thought about it too much. I don't like not being able to understand things or give them a logical explanation. It makes me feel uneasy. I certainly never thought too much about the paranormal. I've always presumed if the paranormal was real, it would present itself to me if it needed to. I'd live in a blissful ignorance, but now I don't want to. And me, that's worse than knowing. This was in 2014 or 15. My girlfriend and I were staying in a hotel called Stay on Main. I only learned later about the hotel's history. I only stayed there because it was cheap. That place was freaky as fuck. But anyway, I digress. My girlfriend and I were walking to a parking structure where our car was because we planned on going to Disneyland. As we were walking there, my girlfriend noticed a shortcut to the car down an alley. My instincts told me no. Let's just walk around since it's a nice day outside anyway. She insisted. Fuck it, let's go. Soon as we turned into the alley, I noticed right away that a man in a hoodie quickly turned and followed us down the alley as soon as we went. I told my girlfriend under my breath, don't freak out, but we're being followed. I told her to run and get help while I fight him off. As we started to pick up our pace to create distance from him, I noticed that this alley is a dead end. There's no way out but to go back from where we came. The man was closing distance on us, had his hands in his hoodie pocket by the telly. I make a fist with my keys as I turn around to face him ready to fight. We pass a dumpster. I swear to fucking God, guys, 2 men in perfect business suits with briefcases say good morning and pass us walking very fast. They popped us out of nowhere. They had black sunglasses, were white, and at least 6 feet tall. I couldn't say anything. I couldn't give them the greeting of the day back. I was in shock. This man that was following us had turned around and sprinted out of the alley. My girlfriend and I followed the 2 suits out of the alley back to the public streets. Hoodie guy was nowhere to be seen. But then we somehow lost the 2 men in suits. I swear to God, they saved my life and my girlfriend's, now wife. I'm convinced they were angels who protected us from a potential tragedy. I still give my wife shit till this day about taking that shortcut through the alley. This has been going on for months and it's freaking me out. Over the months, strange shit has happened while I'm trying to sleep. Every night, my bed will randomly shift and my foot will feel like it's being crushed, as if something decided to take a seat on my bed and just watch me. I've heard whispers and sniffing as if the entity has a pet dog. I always feel like I'm being watched. My room is in the basement and in the house. In the basement, the only thing that ever makes sound in the middle of the night are the pipes and the vents. There should be no reason for the washer changing setting, which can only be done by dials, or something smacking the water heater loud enough for me to hear a clear ting, or even a random shit falling over or off shelves. I've lived in this room for 2 years now, and this only started 9 months or so ago. But the worst part happened yesterday. I suffer from paranoia, so these past months I just chalked it up to me being paranoid. Until yesterday, at 10 a.m, I got out of bed, got dressed, and after I got up the stairs to get breakfast, I heard a clear adult female voice from a few feet away say, "Yeah, he's awake." It couldn't have been my mom because she was at her business and she's the only woman in our house. Fuck that. No, I wasn't hallucinating. I never have before, and I was wide awake by the time I left my room, just like always. My family thinks I'm crazy and haven't heard or seen anything. Clearly she likes me. Why else would she be excited about me being awake? So she's not really a threat. At the moment, at least. But it's still fucking creepy. How do I get it to stop? It's freaking me out. I'm fine if she stays, so long as I get her to stop being so creepy. My friend told me I should talk to her, but fuck that shit. This is terrifying. What if I say something that makes her mad? I share a room with power tools and saws and shit. She's most active at night. That one time at 10 a.m. was the only time she's done anything when it was bright out. I've been sleeping in the game room since then. In hindsight, not the best option, since it's right next to the basement, but it's the only option I've got. This is one of those weird houses that when you enter, you can either go upstairs or downstairs. But the game room isn't fully underground, more like halfway, while the basement is fully underground. This is the room where me and my brothers play video games together. I thought I'd be safe, since this is also the room our pups, 3 huskies, 4 years old, sleep in. Today, I got up off the futon at 6:30 a.m., this time to turn on the lights. This is a much more normal time for me to get up, and I guess this is why she was excited that I was finally awake last time. The game room is L-shaped, with the futon, Xbox and Nintendo Switch in the short segments of the L. The light switch is next to the sliding glass door in the corner of the L, and the PC is down the long arm of the L, with my room at the end of the L, and the PC between my room and the stairs. As I reached the corner of the L, I see something in the corner of my eye. I turn, hoping whatever it is will be gone when I turn my full attention to it. Nope. I see a woman sitting in the chair of the PC. Long, brown, wavy hair, reaching just past her shoulders. Caucasian, blue eyes. She's wearing jeans with a plain sky blue t-shirt. She's at least 5'10", so she's taller than me. I'm 5'7". She looked like she starved to death. Or maybe her face looks skeletony because she's dead, and that's how her real body is now. I don't know. She then reaches and turns on the fucking monitor. And it isn't one of those touchscreen ones. It uses an actual button to turn on. Both the PC and the monitor do this. I ran back to the fucking futon and hid under my blanket since that's all I could do. I wasn't running towards her to get to the stairs. She didn't see me. At least I don't think she did. She was fixated on the monitor. I'm curious about who she is, why she's here, what she wants, etc. But I can't talk to her. It's terrifying. I don't want to. Hell, I don't think I even could, since I'd probably need a spirit box or something, which I don't have. No, I don't want to play video games with her either, like one of my friends suggested I do. How do I get rid of her? She's not a threat, but she's terrifying. Is there any way I can get rid of her without asking her to leave? Like, just throw a holy cross onto the ground and she'll be forced out of the house or something? I'm not religious, but explaining a purchase of a holy cross is easier to explain than the purchase of a spirit box or other known ghost stuff, since my family doesn't believe in this stuff. Should I try to get rid of her, or just man the fuck up and talk to her? And how would I go about doing either of those things? The previous homeowner left us a heavy slate billiard table in the basement. I had led the billiards scattered all over the table as I didn't clean up after a previous game days prior. Well, after arriving home from work last week, I was sitting on the couch with my cat, and all of a sudden, the cat's ears perked up. About 5 seconds later, I hear what sounds like someone hit the billiards together, with some decent force. I can't tell which ball was hit as they were all scattered to begin with, but boy, that was odd. I mention it is a heavy slate style because it is as flat as can be. We're hearing what sounds like constant thumps coming from the upstairs empty bedroom. Has a rhythm to it like a drum. My fiance works from home 5 days a week, and she's scared to be here by herself now. She claims to hear whistling, footsteps, coughing, you name it. I get that there may be residual energy from the previous homeowner, since they lived here for the past 20 plus years and died in the house. But activity has been picking up more and more as we renovate the place and change it. This happened almost 10 years ago. We had just moved into a new house after my parents' divorce that I really didn't like, as it was situated right next to a very busy road. I was 15 and in a lot of turmoil from the divorce. A year prior, I adopted a cat, Mitch, who was the only good thing in my life at the time. He was a great cat with the personality of a dog. He helped immensely every time I was depressed, and I really depended on his companionship. When I got Mitch, my best friend adopted his sister. She ended up having kittens, and my brother took one of those, who was named River. Mitch took her under his wing immediately, and they were inseparable, always going on adventures outside, hunting critters, napping together. Well, one late afternoon/evening, I was napping on the couch. This dream was so vivid, I still remember clear as day. It was a dark room with a grey background and one source of light shining from above. Under that light was River. She was speaking to me, and all I remember is her just constantly reassuring me, saying things like, "Don't worry, I'm going to be okay. He has taught me a lot now and I can take care of myself," etc. I snapped awake and thought it was the oddest dream ever. It was also dark outside at this point. For some reason that I will never understand, I just gravitated outside. It felt like something was pulling me out there and I just blindly followed. I walked through my yard, across my streets, and over to the busy road. That's where I found Mitch, killed by a car running him over. I was devastated and don't think I've ever broken down so hard. Went to my old house and buried him in the yard there, as that was his favourite spot. I still can't understand that dream to this day. Well, here it goes. This was in winter 2017, in Alexandra Park, London, England. When coming back from a friend's house, I got dropped off in my mate's car by the bus stop between Grove Park and Alexandra Palace at around 1 a.m. And I heard some people shouting and celebrating pretty loudly. Was taken aback because you'd expect to see a large group of people around from how loud it was, but I couldn't see anyone around me or at the palace. Anyhow, continued on my way home down the alleyway that cuts through the Duke's Avenue, when I happened to bump into a good friend of mine on a bench. He's a bit of a stoner loner that smokes in random places at night. And he asked me if I'd heard those weird noises of those people, and so we listened to them carefully. It was immediately clear that these noises of these people weren't in any language that I've ever heard before. It didn't sound like foreign voices either. They sounded very English, but in some very strange old language. What was spooky is their voices were so clear in what they were saying, like it was a theatre, and each voice would come in and say different things. Like one was the voice of a young lady, then a boy, and then they would let each other take turns in speaking in their own critique. There must have been about 5 different voices we heard. And another strange thing was a moment it surrounded like they were running down a hill towards us. Walling, and it would echo under the bridge really close, then it would be far away in an instant. My friend said that he had heard this same noise for the last couple of nights or so. He was thinking that maybe something happened there a long time ago. It was very strange, but not really too scary, and it sounded like these people were celebrating and having fun. To this day, I don't know what it was. It could have been people in the park that we couldn't see, but I'm not sure. Just noises were coming from there's a small bit of woodlands. And then Alexandra Palace, which is locked up at 1 a.m. So is the gym and spa that it backs up onto. Anyway, that's my experience. Let me know what you think. One. Dear, this is my strangest story. In 2019, my husband and I were driving through a rural part of the Midwest on our way to a family weekend. I've always had a good sense of intuition, and I told him to watch out for deer. Totally unprompted. It was dark out early because of the winter time, and no less than 3 minutes later, we hit a deer. That part isn't the strange thing though. What was strange is he vividly remembers the deer facing left, and I remember it facing right. It was freaking huge and totaled our brand new Ford Focus. In the process, I got dazed. Airbags hit me pretty hard, and my flight or fight kicked in. Well, I ran out of the car, not realizing we were in the middle of the highway. Note, my husband was still in the car and the OnStar thingy was going off, or whatever it's called. His phone was connected via Bluetooth and it set off some alert saying we had been in a car wreck. I mentioned this because it was loud and he was totally in shock, so there was no way he did the following. Clear as day, I heard his voice, like right next to me or in my head. He said, "Run towards the trees, calmly," and I listened. Had I not done that, I would have been struck by an oncoming car that was going at least 50 miles an hour. That voice saved my life. To this day, my husband insists he didn't hear anyone or say that, and other cars hadn't stopped to help yet. Also, the deer was nowhere to be found, but I don't know if that's strange or not. 2. Nursing home. I worked in a nursing home for a bit, which I absolutely loved. There were lots of spooky things that happened there. A little history without giving too many details, for patient privacy. The nursing home was old and was originally run by a church. It even has the original house that would house the preachers and a church attached to it. The layout of my floor was very home-like, with an open kitchen and living room that had a few bedrooms connected. I was drying some dishes and listening to the game show the TV was showing and enjoying my day. Now, for context, the room across from the kitchen area had a lady who always insisted her door was cracked a few inches. She was bedbound and couldn't walk due to an injury and being generally frail. There was also a bed alarm. If you don't know what that is, it detects when someone gets up from bed and sets off a very loud alarm and alerts the nurse's station call light system. She was also not a social lady and didn't have a cell phone. So when I noticed a shadow or person walk across her room, I totally freaked out and ran down the hallway. I heard her happily chatting to someone, and when I opened the door, she was in bed. It's a small room, and there wasn't anywhere to hide, but I checked the bathroom, shower, even under the bed. Finally, I asked who she was talking to, and she replied, "An old friend." I apologized for bugging her, and we went about our day. Later that week, 3 residents passed away. A story for another day, but the old wives' tale that death comes in threes, I swear by it. To this day, I wonder if that was someone like the Grim Reaper. 3. First apartment. This story takes place in my first apartment with my now husband. At the time, we were just dating. This complex was a little old, at least 65 years or so, and was close to downtown. I don't want to reveal this town for privacy reasons, but it's been known to have a lot of paranormal experiences. Or maybe superstitious residents, who knows? One evening, while playing on my phone in bed, not sleepy, I saw my boyfriend walk into the room. When I looked up to say hi, I could see through him. I was actually looking at some sort of apparition, but it was weird because he looked like my boyfriend. He stopped as he realized I could see him, looked at me with surprise, then walked into the stand-up mirror. I never saw him again. I ran out of the room and to my husband, who had been playing a video game with his buddies for the past hour. Headphones on, door shut, had no idea what I was talking about. I moved into my house around 3 years ago. When we first moved in, something didn't feel right. I just thought that it was a normal feeling when you move into a new house, so I wasn't scared. My mum was heavily pregnant at the time. I always hated my bedroom and I thought it was scary. I would often stay up all night or sleep downstairs so I don't have to go up there. A few weeks later, my mum gave birth to my brother. Everything was fine for a while, but I still didn't like my bedroom. Suddenly, during the nights when I'm watching TV, my brother's toys would often turn on by themselves, and I'd get a weird feeling. 2 years later, things got worse. Me and my mum would often hear knocking on our bedroom doors during the night. When we'd open them, nobody was there. My brother often wakes up in the middle of the night, and when he's starting to fall asleep, he would jump up, get scared, and talk about the man with scary eyes that he saw walking past him. Now he always talks about the man that stands in the corner of the room. Now me and my mum always get scared walking up the stairs because we always feel like something is watching us. One night, my mum was carrying my brother up the stairs to go to bed. He started crying and talked about the little boy that ran past them and went through the door. Is my house haunted, or am I overthinking? Before my family moved, we lived in a small town called Waterford, outside Albany, New York. It was along the Mohawk River and is very close to where the Mohawk and Hudson connect in the Erie Canal system. We lived in a small house at the time, around 15 years ago. My parents both had instances in the house where they would hear me as a 3-year-old having conversations by myself in my room. They would be freaked out by this, obviously. When they asked me who it was, I would always give them the same response: the runaround man. This also coincided with an experience they had where the lights in the kitchen would shut on and off at will. When they had someone look at it, they would say it was perfectly fine, but it never stopped. It even happened when someone was there looking at it and they immediately left. Years later, my parents found out from some people who had lived in the town for many years that the house used to be occupied by a handyman in the 20s and 30s. He was referred to around town as the runaround man. His family lived there until a fire killed everyone in the house. My family moved from that house in the mid-2000s, and the house was torn down after massive flooding from Hurricane Sandy in 2012. In high school, a group of friends and I purchased a Ouija board to play with. We decided my house was the best, so the 5 of us sat around the board in my bedroom one Friday night and began to play. The board we got was also glow in the dark, adding to the spookiness. The first time was uneventful. The only entity we contacted saying its name was no one. The second time playing was much more memorable and terrifying. It was only my close friend and I in my room playing in the dark, music playing softly on my stereo. We asked the basic questions and soon noticed our breath was visible. We were freezing. Now, my house was in woods and my room was notoriously cold during the winter, so I turned my space heater on and we continued. No one appeared again, and still our breath hung in the air despite the heater going full blast. The radio began to jump stations and the volume raised and lowered. Loud static filled the room, so I shut it off. The stereo jumped back on, lights flashing, country music blaring, even though we hadn't been listening to country. Unnerved but also excited, my friend and I laughed, asking no one more questions. Feverishly, the plaque flew across the board sometimes, right out of our hands. Besides predicting some minor events, we laughed off the encounter, and the Ouija board was put in my closet for safekeeping. The nuance had worn off. At least no one wanted to play the board anymore. Some had bad dreams or just bad feelings. Meanwhile, I felt a dark presence following me, almost like an eerie shadow I could feel but not see. One night while in bed, the doors of my closet burst open, the radio blared on, and my lights flickered. This happened a few more times on various nights before my paranoia got the better of me, and I began to look up how to dispose of a Ouija board. Obviously, we had realized something sinister. I learned burning it was a bad idea, so my next best option was burial deep in my parents' woods. So one rainy afternoon, when nobody was home, I took the board and a shovel and hiked deep into the forest behind my house. I dug a hole the best I could and buried the board deep in the mud. I had terrible nightmares for weeks that I would come home from school to find the muddy board on my bed, but no such thing happened. My closet would still burst open and the radio turn on randomly, and my room stayed freezing cold most of the year. For years I felt haunted and followed by something dark. It subsided over the years, but I still have encounters. TVs turn on or things go missing then suddenly appear. The encounters feel much less sinister than before, so I think whatever or whoever no one was, it wasn't good. I think the board opened me up to encounters, but only the first felt dark or, dare I say, evil. I have found as long as I tell them I know they're there, the events stop. I'm not sure what I encountered, or if it still follows me now. When we were about 20, my friends and I were really big into doing scary trips to haunted roads and things of that nature. This one is about Clinton Road, deemed the most haunted road in America. So scary, they even made a movie about it. This story takes place before the movie was even a thought. So there was a group of our friends. There were 3 of us that were the closest, and then 2 more that would tag along here and there. The main 3 guys, myself and 2 others, were all huge football players, with the smallest of us standing around 6'4" and 230. So we were never really scared to do any of these things, as we'd look like a pretty intimidating group of guys. I had to work late on a Friday night, so they decided to go visit this road without me. Most of it sounded like the typical hype and adrenaline scared. One thing stuck out. They told me when they were there, they received texts from an unknown number stating, "Why are you on Clinton Road?" And the texts even described what my friends were doing and wearing. They showed me the texts, but I figured they were faking it, trying to make it sound scary, knowing I'd be mad that I missed out. They also explained to me a legend that a child died in the water under the bridge on the road. And if you throw change, the ghost boy would return the change to you, known to us as Ghost Boy Bridge. On top of that, there's a ridiculous bend in the road there called Dead Man's Curve, that even if you're doing a modest 30 miles an hour, you could easily crash and tumble off the cliff. It's said that a ghost truck will chase you throughout the road and try to get you to crash. I called total bullshit. I then convinced them to take me the next day, being I was off from work. It didn't disappoint. We get there, and immediately I see the road is in the middle of the woods, covered with ritual signs all over the road. I knew that this was not a typical road. We came up to the bridge and parked. As soon as we got out of our car, I checked everyone's pockets so that they wouldn't be trying to pull anything slick to try to drop change in the road when I wasn't looking. There were a total of 5 quarters, 1 for each of us. We all tossed them in the water over the bridge. About 5 minutes go by in total silence. I decided to break the silence by saying, "Told you, bullshit." When we turn to walk back to the car, we get about 10 feet away and cling, 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 the sound of change hitting the road. We go back to the bridge and there are 5 quarters laying directly in between the 2 yellow lines in the middle of the road. Thinking it was one of the other 4 people there messing with me, I came prepared. I then sign one of the quarters with my initials and we all throw them back in the water. About 5 more minutes go by and again I proclaim, "See, bullshit, it was one of you guys messing with us." We then proceeded to walk back to the car, get about 10 feet away again, cling, 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 the sound of change hitting the ground again. We turn back around and go see what it was. Sure enough, there were 5 quarters laying in the road, with one of them having my initials in my handwriting. We're all going nuts and decide to run back to the car. After getting back to the car, we decide to keep going to see what else the road has to offer. But keep in mind, we're spooked from the change thing we just experienced. About 10 minutes go by. A few of us had to pee really bad after holding it in for the car ride. So we pulled up to this random castle-looking building, no bigger than a small house, but you could tell it was extremely old. We decided to just stop there because there was like a little indent in the road to where a car can pull over. We all get out to go. I go to my immediate left and do my business. After I'm done, I notice my one friend is walking towards the castle, almost in a trance-like state. We yelled his name to come back, but he kept walking. We all ran up and grabbed him and shook him out of it. After questioning why the hell he'd be walking up there alone, he stated that he was following me and that I waved him to come here without saying a thing to him. The problem with that was the fact that the entire group was actually behind him. We had all sorts of signals as a group, so I would never just wave to him to me without saying anything. So I'm 100% convinced that he saw a doppelganger leading him to trouble. The fear level is definitely higher now, so we decide to leave. Like I stated earlier, it's an extremely dark road in the woods, so you can't see much. You have to pass Dead Man's Curve twice, once on the way in, once on the way out. We're probably 4 miles away from the curve when we see headlights behind us. We didn't think much of it, as we thought it was just some other kids our age trying to do what we were doing. About a minute goes by after us talking about random stuff trying to ease the mood, and we noticed the headlights were directly behind us. The headlights looked super old, and you could tell it was a truck because of how high up the lights were off the ground. Thing was, we didn't see a truck, just the lights because it was so dark. Getting more creeped out, we told the driver to speed up and to try to get this crazy driver off of our tail, but he was sticking right on us, going around the bends at high speeds, straightaways, everything. We couldn't shake him. The problem with this, we were in a brand new and modified sports and performance car. If someone were to be driving an old truck, or any truck for that matter, there's absolutely no way they would be able to keep up with us for more than 30 seconds. But this thing was on us for what seemed to be miles. Finally, about half a mile away from Dead Man's Curve, it's almost as if the light shut off and we lost it. So I remember. Pulling up right after the curve and pulling over so that we could find our way back to the main roads. Meanwhile, there's woods on both sides of us. We're all talking very lightly, just in case something crazy were to happen. We could hear it and be aware. 2 minutes go by. After getting service to our phones, one of the guys got directions, so we're in the clear. Right before the driver put the car in drive, we hear this deafening screech, which sounded like a woman's scream, literally sounded about 20 feet away from us. So loud, I lost my hearing for a few minutes. When we looked over to where the noise came from, I will never, ever, ever, ever forget what we saw. This is going to sound crazy, and if it didn't happen to me, I would never believe it. We saw a typical movie scene. White dress, black hair figure standing there. But next to that was a clown hanging upside down from a tree, swinging back and forth, smiling at us, moving its head in any direction we moved. The clown was like an old school type of clown from back in the day, like sideshow creeper clown with the big circular neckline. I can't remember much detail about it, except for that damn circle neckline and chilling old school vibe. Now this totally could have been some prank, but to have that prank up, you would have to have both immense patience for someone to come to that exact spot, or balls of steel to be doing that in the woods, in the middle of nowhere, with just two people. Nah. I don't think I've ever been in a car that moved as fast as ours did after that sitting. We then found the main road and headed back. Going home, we did research and found out about the legend of the ghost truck, Dead Man's Curve, etc. It was such a rush. By the time we got home, it was probably 2:30 in the morning, and we'd forgotten already the feeling of how scared we actually were. So we all decided when we got home, let's do it again the next day, which would have been Sunday, to see who really had balls. We all parked at my friend's house so he could drive us, so we all had to drive ourselves home. I lived 15 minutes away. On the way home, I noticed that the rundown church in my town had letters put up on their board. They never used to, so it was strange to see. The board stated, "You're going to need Jesus on Sunday." About a minute after passing that church, my radio cut out and started playing Bloody Sunday. Sunday, Bloody Sunday. It's safe to say I made a call to the group saying we're not going back. It's been about 7 years, and I refuse to go there ever again. But that night made me believe. Before my best friends and I were separated, one passed away, the other moved away, we used to ride around doing all of the haunted legend places within reasonable driving distance. Sometimes we'd drive a few hours, but most of them weren't scary, other than the adrenaline-filled, hyped up, "Did you hear or see that?" that would cause us to get spooked. This one was different, way different. We were just out of high school, probably 20 at the most, and we were looking for an actually scary place to visit. A lot of the people we knew we were into these kind of things, so we'd always get tips on where to go. There was the original 3 of us that day, and another friend that wanted to tag along. After a little drive to our destination, about 45 minutes, we stopped at a Wawa to get gas and grab a few snacks. Like I stated earlier, we were all about 20 at the time, so we were all hyped up because we knew spooky time was getting close. We'd always pick on that other friend that tagged along. Nothing harsh, just, "You're scared." So I believe it was me that said something along those lines, and that was overheard by a few people. It got the attention of a few people in the Wawa, including these 2 creepy older guys who seemed like they didn't fit in. Their clothes were all beat up and dirty, and they just didn't seem right for the area. And time it was, probably 8 p.m. on a Saturday night. "What's the little one scared of?" asked one of the guys. I say little because the 3 of us are abnormally tall. The shortest between us was 6'4", and he was normal height, probably around 5'9". We replied and explained how we got tipped to go to this road because it's haunted. They replied that it wasn't that scary, and if we wanted a real scare, that we should go to this random road. I forget what it was called exactly, but apparently this random memorial statue for a plane crash in the middle of the woods that had crazy things are supposed to happen to it. We grabbed our stuff and didn't think anything of it. As soon as we left, the group started talking and decided to go with the other road that those guys hyped up. I know, a typical horror movie what not to do. So we get to the entrance of the road and it already did not disappoint. Woods on both sides, not one damn streetlight in sight. And I remember there was like a detention centre off to the right, in the middle of nowhere. So the spooks already began the second we hit the entrance. We decided to drive down the road and search for the statue. We noticed that there were trees cut down the side of the road and laying parallel to the shoulder of the road. We finally find the statue. About 5 minutes go by of silence, and we decided to enhance the scare factor by shutting the lights off. About a minute goes by, and we see a shadow figure pop out from the statue. We all freaked out as it starts walking towards us, but it was making movements that no human would be normally capable of. It was dark out, but this thing was black. It was darker than the woodsy sky, so we could make out some of it. This thing was huge. Like I said earlier, we were all extremely large compared to the average guy, but this thing would have dwarfed any of us. We decided to peel out of there and continue down the road, figuring it would lead us out of here. Boy, were we wrong. About 3 minutes go by, and we hit a dead end, which in this case was an open spot in the woods with sand everywhere. The cutout was massive, but surrounded by woods. There were different cutouts and ways to go from there, and I'm pretty sure the road continued after this cutout. But we were pretty deep in the woods at this point. So we decided to turn around and obviously leave. After we turned around, we stopped just to take in the eerie feeling. The other 3 guys were talking about the shadow we saw earlier, while I happened to catch something out of the corner of my eye. About 40 feet away from me, I see what appears to be a white face, and then another, and another, all surrounding the car. The other guys didn't see them, and I rarely ever get scared, but seeing me panic, they knew something was up. My panic caused them to panic. All panicking now. We then floor it far away from the sand turnaround. We get about half a mile down the road, somewhere near the statue, and pull over to gather our composure to get out of there. When we stopped, I swear I heard the typical ghost ooh noise. This was now turning into a movie I wish I was never a part of. So we were all really scared now. After finding the way we came, we started heading back out. Remember those trees I talked about earlier? They were now laying in the middle of the road, blocking us in. As we all see the white faces, masks I saw earlier. Thank God my one friend, the driver, was good at driving and valued safety of his car. We drove on the edge of the woods, what felt like we were defying gravity to speed our way out. The car was literally sideways on the edge of the woods. I mean, I could literally hear a single finger out the window and touch the trees. We all made it home safely that night. After doing research, we found out that the spot was notorious in that area for crazy things happening, such as body dumps and murders. Because of the shadow and the ghost noise we heard, my head, heart, and gut tells me that the place is actually haunted. As previously stated, that place is famous for dumping bodies, along with the plane crash 100 years ago. So there's bound to be some spirits there. I think where we were that night was actually haunted. We just happened to be there on a night where there was more things going on. I can't say for certain, but I'm 99% sure we survived one of their setups that night. But what I'm 100% sure, I will never go back again. I got chills just typing this, and I never tell this story. There were 4 of us there. 1 took our story to the grave, and I'm sure the rest of us won't speak about it much either. Whenever we even bring it up in front of people, we always use the code THMTW, so that we don't have to actually talk about it. THMTW, of course, stands for the horror movie that wasn't. When I was in my early 20s, my brother and his then girlfriend, now wife, and I used to go ghost hunting in the Pittsburgh area on our nights off. One night, we decided to go to our local battlefield, Bushy Run. It's maybe 1 a.m. We park our car in the lot and run across the street through the field to a spot that has some benches and a memorial. The area is maybe 75 yards to the tree line of the woods. My sister-in-law brought a tape recorder so that we could do some EVPs. So we sat down and started asking your typical questions. Is anyone with us? Did you fight in the war, etc.? When we heard a noise that I can best describe as a bird mixed with a horse neighing, kind of high-pitched and sing-songy, coming from inside the woods. We all stopped and turned to the tree line and tried to see if there was an animal or something, but couldn't see anything. It then happened again, but louder and closer. We were starting to get freaked out because we all grew up in the southwestern Pennsylvania our whole lives, and we never had heard an animal, or anything that matter, that sounded like this. After another moment, we hear the noise again, but it's right at the tree line this time. After that third time, we heard what sounded like hundreds of horses running full speed from the tree line directly at us. We all shot up and hauled arse to the car as quickly as we could. Once we got in, we were all looking at each other like, what the fuck just happened? When we remembered the tape recorder, my sister-in-law rewinds it to press play. We hear ourselves talking, and right before that first bird or horse noise, the tape cuts out and then picks back up again as we were running to the car. Not sure if we accidentally turned it off and back on again, or if something interfered with the recording, but the whole interaction was missing. I asked her if she still has the tape, but that was 10 plus years ago, so probably not. That was definitely the most frightening and unexplainable thing that we encountered on our ghost hunting days. I had lived in an apartment that had recently become vacant. Anyway, I'm in my early 20s, we're getting off work, and of course we want to drink for the weekend. So my boyfriend is out picking up liquor and picking up a mutual friend of ours, and I'm getting off of work. I worked at a pizza shop at the time, so I usually came home just stinking and wanted to shower. This time coming home, something was off. The place was ghetto, so the front door was a sliding glass door. To explain the layout, it was basically the first front of the apartment was the kitchen, and the living room, and the second back part was the bedroom and the bathroom. The bedroom just being separated from the living room by a slatted sliding door. This time coming home from work, that door was open. Let me explain, I have seen ghosts all my life, but this was different. Adrenaline shot up my spine and my hair stood on end because there was someone in that doorway. Someone very tall, blonde with overalls. I'm now laughing at this Ace Ventura moment, screaming into the sliding glass door as I run away. I let a loud scream and get the fuck out to call the police, tears forming. So pissed and scared someone was in my home. I was thinking, what am I going to say to the cops, like I came home to find someone robbing my apartment? I had a shitty old flip phone, so even 911 can take a few moments to correct. I realised the person looked familiar, but how is that possible? I know this makes me slightly crazy, but I look inside and there's no one there. If it were a real human being, they would have had to have jumped out the 2-story bathroom window. I saw Jerry. I took the apartment knowing he had died there of natural causes. I knew him while he was alive and he seemed a decent guy. I originally gave him no thoughts because he was living there for months and without any experiences. None. I went in there and I said to him, hey, I know this is your first place before it was mine, but don't ever scare me like that again. Who knows? I probably startled him given the fact that I saw him in full form. Ever since then, I would feel acknowledgement that this from time to time, but I never saw him in the flesh again. I lived there for at least a year or so after that. My ex, his brother and I decided to have a day trip in a small area called Legion Campground in Tuella Canyon, Utah. We'd camped there for a couple nights before and nothing weird happened. Well, aside from waking up to a cow trying to charge at my dog. There was only one entrance to the trail. This day, there were no parked cars aside from our own, so I know for a fact we were the only ones there. As soon as we get out of the car onto the trail, I feel like we're being watched. So right off the bat, I warned them something is off. Don't disturb anything. There are a few Native American tribes that consider areas of Utah sacred land. Anyway, here's where it gets freaky. It's scary silent, We can see wind going through trees, but no sound, not even birds. X was up front, his brother right behind, and I was in the back. We were coming to the spots where there is normally a creek, but it was all dried out. We were all expecting to have to maneuver east and cross where the embankment wasn't so deep. My ex didn't believe in the paranormal, so I was thinking, okay, what's got him stopping in his tracks? He just froze. About 50 feet away, we see a crouched black figure. We first, of course, tried to pin down what animal it could be. It wasn't identifiable and moving away from us. The black figure quickly changed shape to have long limbs, almost like Slender Man that allowed it to step across the embankment. Without a sound of an animal hitting the ground after a leap, not a rock out of place. By this time, we're stepping backwards, but still bewildered. This moment was about 10 seconds long, but it felt like time had slowed. As we watched, it got on all fours, and we could see a long, skinny tail and feline-like ears. It walked a few steps on all fours, then changed its form to look like a bear and ran until no longer in sight. All I could think about to explain what we saw was matching the description to a skinwalker. Creepy as hell. Haven't been there since. So currently, someone is moving out of the house I live in. So when I heard a bunch of commotion around the house, I thought it was just them getting more stuff out. Upstairs in my house, there is a hallway, and if you step in the middle just right, it makes a very distinct creak. This was the first of what I heard. A few minutes later, I heard a lot of movement downstairs. Again, I thought it was just them moving their stuff. I soon realised it wasn't when I looked out of the front door and their car wasn't out front. It was silent. I stood there not knowing what to do. Yes, I probably should have just left, but for some reason, I felt stuck. Like leaving the house wasn't an option. I could feel my heart in my chest beating. That was the only thing I could hear, my heart. Then came a cough from the kitchen. No other noise. It was not who I thought it was. I sped walked upstairs and went to the bedroom and stood there, next to the gun. I didn't know if it was a person that broke in or what. I eventually got the courage to walk around the house, armed of course, but no one was there, just me. I went back upstairs to put the gun away, and just as I do, in the corner of my eye, I see a bleached white head in the doorway. It was low to the ground, like it was lying down, probably about shin height. I looked over quick, and when I tell you the fear I felt when I was able to get a clear look of it before it disappeared, I would. It had medium to big-sized ears, an overgrown buzz cut, sunken eyes, to the point it was just two black voids, and the mouth was a grin, but blackened. If anyone can tell me anything, please do. So, I've been thinking about this a lot recently, after rewatching The Woman in Black 2. I know, horrible thing to start with. Ever since I was really little, I was really fascinated, intrigued, obsessed, however you'd classify it, with stories about British kids who were sent away during World War I. Can't explain it. Narnia, Peter Pan 2, random stories I'd find in the library, etc. I just was always drawn to these stories. I also remember playing with my friends and sister, and my imaginary play always went to, we're kids, but we were sent away from our parents, so we have to take care of each other. And maybe that could have been just from what I was watching. I really don't know. I have also always had dreams plenty often, less often now that I'm older, but recently have started up again, of being bombed. Like, I'll see planes flying and hear the bombs drop from the sky. It's always dusty and I'm running and I feel little. I always feel lost and helpless, like when I'd lose my mom in the store when I was 6 years old. It's that same kind of bottomless pit feeling. And when I was younger, if I heard or saw a plane flying low, we lived by a private airport, so it wasn't uncommon. I'd always be anxious until they were out of sight, just in case they dropped a bomb. I'm from Texas and was born in 1998. In no way have I ever seen a bomb, or been near one, or anything like it. It's just this deep-rooted fear that I have no idea where it came from. Not from any past trauma, in this life anyway. And it was never a fear that they'd crash or anything like that. It was always, they're the bad guys and any second a bomb will fall. Super specific. I don't know. I've just been thinking of this a lot recently. I don't even know if I believe in past lives, but let's just say they are real. Could I find out more about it? Is that even what this is? Or am I just looking for something that isn't there? I've always been so fascinated with the paranormal, but never had any experiences. I'm from the Midwest, and one of the only things to do in the Midwest is just drive around the countryside. My friends and I did this aimlessly, and we had an obsession with cemeteries. We went to every cemetery we came across and found some absolute gems. One on a hill in a grassy field where the stones are not even visible, aside from brushing the grass apart beneath your feet. Another back in the woods with no markers across an old bridge. Just all kinds of spooky and quirky cemeteries. We had looked up local area haunted locations before, but no major sites that we could stomp around at and never experienced anything. We later go to college and still see each other on the weekends every other week or so. We always wanted to find one specific cemetery that is known to be haunted, but the location is kept secret. My buddy's friends at college actually found it and went. Turns out they have to list the cemetery in county directories. Anyway, he tells us he could take us there, so we go. We went at sunset and tried asking questions and recording and so on. This goes on for some time into the night. We don't take it very seriously, but still want to encounter something. One of my friends puts his cigarette out on a tombstone to elicit a response. Yes, it was stupid and we were childish. We ask another question and wait. It was dead silent, and then we heard the leaves crunching step by step from the darkness towards us. It sounds like someone is right in front of us, but we see nothing. We wait there, silently, frozen. Next came the most blood-curdling scream I have ever heard. We're in a bit of shock, and the whole event still seems like I made it up in my mind when I reflect back on it. We slowly began walking, and then eventually running as fast as we could towards the car, without a word between us. I still think, what if it was a big cat or something? But where I live, they're pretty much unheard of. I've still never heard a scream like that to this day. It gives me chills just thinking about it. I was 14 and I was up late. Everyone else in the house was asleep. I had a lot of problems with insomnia, as well as various paranormal activities that seemingly followed me around. So I was in my bedroom with the light on, listening to music to try and wind down and get some sleep. I had to use the restroom, which was the next door down in the short hallway, but my grandma was asleep on the couch in the living room and my brother always slept with his door open. So I just snuck into the bathroom without turning the light on. There was a small nightlight. It was good enough to not trip on the rug. After doing my business, I leaned over the sink to wash my hands. And when I picked my head up, I met myself in the mirror. Only, it wasn't me. Everything looked like me, except the eyes were gouged out and bloody, and when I moved, it didn't. I booked it as quietly as I could back to my bedroom, but I had the sensation that I was surrounded by what felt like a dozen or more pairs of peering eyes, just watching me. I started to get lightheaded, and it felt as if they were closing in on me. Suddenly, I felt as though I was floating above myself, watching as someone else took control. I felt numb and helpless as I watched myself grab my eyeliner pencil sharpener, twist the tiny little screw off, and take the blade out and put it to my skin. I can't describe the transition from watching to doing, other than it felt blurry, until the sting of my skin tearing open brought me completely back into myself. I heard a faint laughter as I gained control again, and suddenly I felt alone, like my bodily harm was all for laughs. I'm deathly afraid of mirrors or any reflective surface in dark rooms since then. When I was 3, my dad and late granddad dug up a dried old up tree in our back garden. It wasn't a very big tree, but it was starting to break down the wall between our garden and the next door neighbours. I remember the dirt was really dusty as the roots were pulled up, and my dad picked up a ball from in the dirt right where the tree had been and gave it to me. For the record, I have lots of vivid memories from that house, which we only lived in until I was 5. This ball I kept with other marbles growing up. It was precious to me, but I never played with it, just stored it. Every few years I'd get it out and inspect it because it was like no other marble I had ever seen. It was bigger than normal marbles, dark brown with a couple of scuff marks in it. I recall as a 9-year-old trying to shine a light through it and nothing would pass through. And doing my inspection only to get deep skin, tingling lizard brain, alerting feeling of anxiety while doing this, and promptly put it away for years. I always knew where it was though. Fast forward to my late 20s, I'm early 30s now, and I realised the ball is not actually brown. It's black, and no matter when I take it out of its box, it would give me the chills for no reason. The past 2 years I've taken it upon myself to figure out A, what it is, and B, why it feels so bad. I now keep it in a wooden box beside my bed, nestled in my D&D dice, some of which are gemstones, and each session I will handle the ball to try to feed into it positive energy. It once gave me a shock to my elbow, which I can't work out. I told it off. I didn't know what else to do. The black ball has started to reveal thin, silvery lines below the surface. I've cleaned this thing with soap several times in my life and nothing ever comes off. But the more I handle it, the more it changes. A Wiccan friend refuses to touch it. A crystal shop owner suggested it could be silver swirl obsidian. And a Facebook group suggested it was buried because someone used it for something big and bad. The house we dug it up from was haunted. 3-year-old me has been frightened by things I'd seen. Anyway, I feel deeply responsible for this ball and don't feel I can let anyone have it to study it away from me. But it weirds me out. I really wanted to get it all off my chest. I didn't know that's what it was called until much later. I was living in a house in Laguna Beach that had been there since the 1920s. Its history had been a speakeasy, a brothel, and a house for smuggling illegal immigrants. One day, my new wife and I were arguing. I can't even recall what it was about. She walked down the block to get a cup of coffee and cool off, and I was alone in the house. The way the place was built was incredibly haphazard. There was a bedroom and living room on one side, then a bathroom with 2 entrances. On the other side of the bathroom was a hallway that had windows on one side and 2 bedrooms on the other. I could look across the hall into the bathroom from my bedroom, then through the bathroom and down the other hall. I was standing at my dresser, and I just noticed movement out of the corner of my eye and looked down there. There was, and honest to God, this gives me goosebumps just typing it, 17 years later, a black figure. It was maybe 3 feet tall, and it was only vaguely humanoid. It looked like black scribbles, like someone had scribbled a human shape, but the scribbles moved, like electricity arcing. That's the best way to describe it. There was no sound that I could remember. I distinctly remember when I saw it, I wasn't afraid. Just like, what the fuck? Then it noticed me looking at it. I can't say it turned around, it just focused on me, I guess. Then I was scared. I didn't move, didn't scream, nothing. I was just frozen because it just fucking came at me. It rushed down the hall towards me. I have no idea what it intended, but as soon as it entered the bathroom, the door closest to me just slammed shut on it. I screamed. I yelled for my wife. She wasn't home. I went the fuck outside, into the daylight, and didn't go back in until she got home about 10 minutes later. When Brad Culp was a student at Miami University in Oxford, Ohio, there was a rumor that the town was one of the most haunted places in America. When Culp started an on-campus magazine, he couldn't wait to write about several of the area's most famous phantoms. Not long after his story was published, though, he kept finding himself thinking about one ghost in particular, the ghost of Oxford Milford Road. As the story goes, many decades ago, probably sometime in the 1940s, there was a young man courting a young woman in a rural part of town. Because the woman's parents didn't approve of the match, each night he visited under the cover of darkness. After her parents went to bed, the young woman would sneak out of her farmhouse and flash the lights of her parents' car 3 times. Then her young suitor would ride his motorcycle down the road. One night, he took the turn right before her house a little too sharp, says Culp. The motorcycle went one way, he went the other. His injuries were so severe that he didn't survive. Rumour has it, however, that his love-struck ghost still haunts this stretch of Milford Road. Curious, Culp, his girlfriend, now his wife, and a friend decided to head out there one night to see if they could verify the tale. His girlfriend was worried she'd be completely freaked out. She believes more in that stuff than I do, Culp says. But he was mostly concerned that his suspicions, that none of this was actually true, would be confirmed. On this particular night, as Culp passed the abandoned farm, an idea came to him, and he pitched it to his girlfriend. How could she not say yes? Though reluctant, she relented, and Culp turned a short way into the farmhouse driveway. He killed the engine and flashed his lights 3 times. No joke, there was a single headlight that appeared 3/4 of a mile down the road, Culp says. You saw it start to come, going pretty slow. It kept coming and coming. My wife was freaking out. It was coming closer and closer. As a collision seemed imminent, Culp turned on his car's lights. He expected to see a kid on a bike, bailing out from his prank now that he'd been caught. But there's nothing there. The light is just gone, he says. They got out of the car. They walked around trying to figure out what it was they could have seen. To this day, we still talk about it. I saw something I cannot explain, he says. If you get him and his wife around a campfire, they'll swear up and down that the story is true. And if you're ever in Oxford, Ohio, consider parking for just a few minutes on Oxford Milford Road at night to test your own nerve. So this happened back in the early 2000s, when I had gone to visit my grandmother. It was a pretty big and old-fashioned house. A typical Portuguese house, actually. It had a long hallway and many huge rooms, since it was just my grandma and her maid who lived there. Most of the rooms were unoccupied and locked. My dad grew up in that house, and so did my uncle and aunt. They had practically spent their whole lives there and never found the house eerie or scary. I, however, was never comfortable. From the very first day, I always got an unfriendly and unwanted feeling from the house. I was always extremely uncomfortable there. Now, it could be because I was raised in the main city and was accustomed to the constant sounds of vehicles and people and just random things all the time. While my grandmother's house was deep-seated in a village, away from the buzz and noise of the city. One night, after everyone had gone to sleep, I got up to drink water. I did that almost every night. That night, I realised that I had forgotten to carry my water bottle with me, so I had to walk to the kitchen, which was down the hallway to the left, opposite to one of the locked rooms. Naturally, I was a bit hesitant, because old houses have a way to look creepy in the dark, but I ignored that feeling and headed down the hallway. I reached the kitchen, switched on the light, filled myself a glass of water and began drinking. As I drank, I looked at the locked door of the opposite room, which to my surprise, wasn't locked. I didn't find it completely fishy because I assumed that the maid must have cleaned the room and forgotten to lock it later, so I decided to check it out. I kept back my glass, switched off the kitchen light and headed towards the room. When I entered, it felt like I was in a completely different environment. It was eerily cold and I got goosebumps. A very unsettling feeling washed over me. Something about this room was just so off. It was pitch dark. I could just see the outline of the furniture in the room. A bed in the middle, wardrobe to the right, and a dressing table on the left. Pretty basic stuff. But the bed looked so bulky. If the maid had cleaned it in the morning, it should have been perfectly made. But from whatever little I could see in the dark, the bed looked like it was used, slept on. My stomach twisted. I couldn't stand there any longer. I turned and ran towards my room. I locked my door and tried to distract myself. I thought about unicorns and some random stuff just to stay distracted until I fell asleep. The next day, I asked the maid if she had forgotten to lock the door of that room, and she seemed surprised because apparently she had never opened it. Apparently, she never opened any of the unused rooms, and she didn't have the keys. My grandmother told me she kept the keys in her drawer, and no one was allowed to take them. So I asked her about it. She seemed equally confused, but she assured me that I was probably really sleepy and imagined the whole thing. I mean, I'm sure it actually happened. Anyway, I've always avoided that place since. At the most, I stay till evening, but I never sleep there now. When I was 15, Paranormal Activity came out. My friend and I decided to try the Ouija board. We spoke to this guy named Frank, and I remember he used to say fucked up things like, "My mum is standing behind you, and she doesn't like you. I'll overdose on pills." Just weird and crazy dark shit. But my friend and I both thought we were fucking with each other, trying to freak each other out. A few weeks later, I was sleeping in bed. I had a shelf above my bed that had my grad teddy from primary school sitting on top. The teddy was sat there for years without being moved. And there was a dresser with a mirror at the end of my bed. I woke up to the teddy falling on top of my head, and when I would wake up looking directly into the mirror. There, I saw a girl brushing her hair in front of my dresser. I rubbed my eyes numerously, and instead of her disappearing, she became clearer. But the more I stared, it was like I was looking at myself when I was younger, maybe 6 or 7 years old. And she had thick auburn hair, but was wearing a very old style type of nightgown. Soon, I realized it wasn't. I hid under the covers, and after checking numerous times to see if she was gone, she finally disappeared. Fully freaked me the fuck out. Anyway, we stopped doing the board and did other things normal teenagers do. I never told anyone about what I saw, bar a few friends, but put it down that I was seeing things and was still dreaming. Fast forward 11 years, I'm now 26. I picked up my sister and was driving her home, and she randomly starts talking about when my friend and I played with the board. And she's like, Jose, my other sister, and I swear you brought something into the house. I shrug and I'm like, why do you think that? And she's like, we used to wake up seeing a girl brushing her hair in front of us. I slammed the brakes and was like, what the fuck? And she's like, yeah, she didn't say or do anything, but just brush her hair. And then I fessed up that I saw her too, but I thought I was dreaming. Anyway, we both haven't seen her for many years, which I consider lucky, because I don't want anything in the house. But I must admit, it does still freak me out, and I really don't want to see her again. Moral? Don't fuck with the board. It's legit. It's fucked, and if my sisters and I all saw the same ghost, you may invite something in who you'd never want in your house. I grew up in a house that was built in 1902. I was born in the late 80s, so the house had been remodeled a few times. It was a 2-story house with 3 bedrooms and a tiny bathroom on the 2nd floor. The bathroom was at the top of the stairs, and my room was across the hall, kind of at an angle. My sister and my parents had rooms further down a long, narrow hallway. For as long as I can remember, I saw a ghost. I called her Pam. My mom told me I began talking about Pam around the age of 5, and in her words, I never stopped. My mom never believed any of this, and just brushed it off as my imagination. Pam was pink and transparent, a see-through, totally pink little girl, maybe 8 or 9 years old. She knew I could see her. I knew she could see me. But she never made a sound, ever. Nothing. She walked around only the upstairs and never came down the steps. Honestly, I have no idea where the name Pan came from. Growing up, Pam would sit at the top of the stairs waiting for me to run up to the bathroom after I got home from school. I would walk around her because she was always there, every day. If she wasn't sitting on the step, she would be just sitting on a bed or standing in the rooms or hallway. Harmless for the most part. However, if I ignored her, she would mess up my bedroom while I was gone doing my paper route. And when I would get back home, my parents would be all sorts of angry over my messy room. But if I said a quick hi, she wouldn't mess with me. She never touched me, and I also never physically saw her move anything with my own eyes. But I would get really scared and nauseous every time she would destroy my room behind my back. So I learned very quickly to say hi to her every day. At the age of 15, my mom put me into therapy because I was still bringing up Pam here and there. Pam was still always around. I was used to her, and she wasn't doing anything, so she didn't come up in conversation as often. Therapy helped, but not with Pam. When I was 17, my parents decided to put our house up for sale. I don't know if it was all the people walking through or me packing my stuff up, but something triggered Pam, and it got real crazy. About a month before our new house was built and ready to move in, I was asleep in my room. My bed was against the wall, and I could lie on my side and see right into the bathroom. While asleep, I had a dream about Pam, still transparent, standing in the doorway of the bathroom. She pointed up, and for the first time in my life, I heard Pam talk. She said, "Look, that's my mom." I sat up in bed, and from the light fixture saw a dark-haired woman, hanging lifeless by a rope. Her boots fell off of her foot, hit the floor, and I woke up. Holy shit. I couldn't say anything because my family never saw her. They didn't understand. Pam wasn't in their lives like she was in mine. I didn't really dwell too much on it. It was a dream. Pam was back to sitting on the top step the next day. Life as usual. But 2 weeks later, I had another dream. It started out exactly like the first one. The bathroom light was on, and I could kind of see in while laying down in bed. But this time, I heard weird grunting and splashing. I sat up and saw clear as day the woman that was hanging from the light fixture, only she was alive and holding Pam, no longer translucent, under the water in our bathtub. She was drowning Pam in our bathtub. I don't have any idea what made me wake up, but I couldn't contain my emotion. I ran down the hall and jumped into my parents' bed. Yes, at 17 years old. It was just my mom in there. I think my dad fell asleep on the couch or something, but I was hysterical. I told my mom everything through tears and gasps for air. My mom didn't know what to say. Then, in the middle of my sadness, Pam walked into the doorframe of my parents' bedroom. She was transparent again. I quickly laid down really close to my mom and pulled the covers over my head. I just remember saying, "Oh my God, Mom, she's in here." I held my breath, and seconds later, I felt cold, small hands on my back, shoving me against my mom. I kept yelling, "Stop touching me." My mom could only reply with, "I'm not touching you." This went on for what felt like forever, but was probably only a matter of seconds. When she stopped, she just stood there at the side of the bed, staring at me. She didn't move. I pulled the covers over my head again and ended up crying myself to sleep while my mom held me. We were both shaking horribly. I moved all of my stuff out the next day and slept on the floor of our unfinished house the next few nights until my bedroom was done. I never went back. Shortly after my family moved out completely, before the next buyers moved in, the entire back of the house and the entire garage went up in flames. The official cause? Spontaneous combustion. The first people to buy and sell the house after us lasted 10 months there. They called my parents to tell them that they couldn't keep the window or closet door shut in the room with the black carpeting. My bedroom. I wanted black carpet when I was 15. I saw the house posted a couple of months ago online, and the only picture of my room shows the door open a crack. You can see a bit of the black carpet, but there's nothing in the room. The rest of the house is furnished. I've tried so hard to find any information about the girl that's in my old house, but there's almost no information at all. Just basic architecture and lot line documents. Hi, I have a problem. Since starting meditation more regularly a few years back, also working with my subconscious, like doing dreamwork stuff, I've become more and more aware of certain psychic abilities. I believe I have always had these, but I used to think they were just my own thoughts. Now I have come to realize that these thoughts or emotions don't belong to me. It has become more clear through the grounding exercise I do, for example, or the fact that I spend much more time alone, so I have something to compare with. When I'm in the company of others, images sometimes enter, or sounds. It has started happening more and more frequently, to the point I feel I can't hang out with almost anyone anymore. Riding the subway is incredibly stressful, or going shopping. I try to avoid activities like these during rush hours. It was always stressful, but I used to blame it on myself, thinking I just had social anxiety. For example, I was seeing a therapist for about a year. I began having more and more difficulties focusing on myself and my own feelings. because I felt too much pain as I went into the same room as her. I couldn't look her in the eye because then the pain intensified. Also, voices and images telling me things like, I don't have the energy for this, I can't bear this. I asked her about this, like, are you sure you have the energy to work with me? I feel like I'm draining you somehow. And she was just like, no, I'm fine. I'm just concentrating on what you're saying. Or, why do you think like that? Trying to make it about me. Then one day, she was on sick leave because she had a stroke. And now, she isn't working anymore. Another example, I had a roommate. She only stayed with me for a month. I couldn't handle longer than that. She had a lot of trauma and nightmares. I slept well before that and rarely have trouble sleeping. But the minute she moved in, I started having extremely vivid nightmares and night terrors about her. She could be sitting on my bed, dressed like a child, crying or something, asking me for help, or attacking me, and I would wake up shaking. My mental health started deteriorating quickly, so she had to move out. Every boyfriend I ever had, I could hear their thoughts too. I would always know, for example, what kind of shameful secrets they would be keeping and not telling me, like the one who was addicted to violent porn. And only a week into dating, I just knew this was the case. We hadn't even had sex. And I asked him about violent sexual thoughts, if he was into that stuff. And he just broke down in tears. Or my friends, for that matter. I have one friend who I can literally hear telling me, or herself, I am so ugly. I am so ugly. Whenever we're in the same room, and I can't handle it. It's really stressful. She has very low self-esteem. Whenever I meet someone new, these types of voices keep entering my mind. Or images, and I feel I can't have a normal relationship with anyone. They need to be 100% secure and at peace with themselves. And nobody I ever met is like that. The latest one is with my current therapist, who I fear is feeling some kind of attraction or affection towards me. I do not feel this way about him, I'm sure. I can't look him in the eye because weird stuff like flowers and pictures of him running around and acting happy and in love appears. I feel super creeped out and a bit disgusted by this. He's never crossed the boundary, but I fear I can't keep seeing him, or any other therapist for that matter, because they're all humans and imperfect. Please help. I'm 21, Chinese, wearing a Buddhist necklace from Grandma. My sleeping position is facing on top and mouth closed, and I sleep very well, like a pig. I'm just scared it come disturb me again, but after my mom left the room, I did try to sleep again till 11 a.m. I can remember 2 of my dreams before I went back to sleep. First, my previous house got creepy guy looking at a girl inside, near the fridge. Second, dream on game quiz within a circle I was acting in. After this dream, this is what I can think and move when I hear the voice. It happened before my mom's alarm rang. She wanted to dry clothes in the early morning, Saturday 8 to 9 a.m. And I know after a while she have woken up and closed the door, as the experience caused me to be awake. Woken up by a deep demon sound this time, it is a shorter talk, but sounds angry, loud on top of me. I can't tell what it was saying, like it's gibberish. Lasted a few seconds, happens to me occasionally and more frequently these 2 months, July and August. Previously, did not experience this. I can move my 10 fingers well. I can even think of what to Google and do after hearing this. I can open my eyes and look around and flip to my right side to try to sleep again. I always sleep with my mom. I'm a stress-free person with no anxiety right now, as it's school holidays. I eat healthily as well. It's happened a few times to me. Am I experiencing ghosts or am I hallucinating? I hope it's hallucinating. bit of background regarding myself. I'm a progressive Muslim living in Malaysia, a country stuck between being progressive and conservative when it comes to religious beliefs. And as a child, I didn't always care. So anyway, I was 10 during the time, and usually in my country's education system, we would receive textbooks that were loaned by the schools. These textbooks are often held by previous students of the same school, and when they're done with the book, another student will receive it. I received mine from a student who, by the time, had passed away. I didn't think much about it and used the textbooks as usual. By usual, I meant that as a 10-year-old kid, I would doodle on it and draw moustaches on random portraits of people. I did this to a religious education book and drew satanic horns on a famous Islamic figure's portrait. What happened next scared and scarred me for life. It was just me alone in the classroom after school hour as I drew those horns and fangs on him. A gust of wind blew over and the pages of the book were turned. I went back to the page where I was doodling, and I was shocked to see the page ripped and missing. I closed the book and reopened it, and to my surprise, it was there, and it was intact. It looked like it hadn't been touched, like brand new. I was creeped out and closed the book and reopened it again, and this time, as I turned to the same page again, the portrait of that person was altered to the point it looks like someone drew a demonic entity over it. It had the typical look of a demon. That's what I could say. I grabbed the book and threw it into my locker, locked my locker and never went back to my locker ever again. I went to an Islamic education teacher, an ustaz, and he told me that I should never do that again. He did some work, I guess, in exorcism, and that was the end of it. Lessons I learned: not to vandalize random stuff. You could be fined and sent to detention, or worse, ending up getting the biggest scare of your life. Half of my childhood home, the half my bedroom was in, was built in the 1800s and was originally a farmhouse. The house itself is on the very top of a steep hill, and the woods around it, which I often explored as a kid, had the original stone fences from the farmhouse, which in the broken bits I often found obsidian rock, known for spiritual protection, which isn't necessarily important to this story, but an interesting fact considering what I experienced as a kid there. The first paranormal events I remember happened when I was about 6. My sister and I still shared the same room. This room, which I'll just call the purple room, as it was originally, although painted over, a very deep dark purple. One night, my sister woke up me yelling. At first I was confused and tired, until I heard what she was yelling about. Coming from the window was the sound of wet hands squeaking in an aggressive way or pattern. It wasn't raining, and the room's on the second floor, away from the trees. It was too high for anyone to climb and make such a noise. So both petrified, we ran to tell our parents and have them check. But the noise stopped as soon as my dad came to check. So we went back to bed, and not even 5 minutes later, it started again. And so we ran and had our dad check. And just as previously, it was silent. Nothing. This cycle happened one more time before we just slept downstairs. But whatever it was very strategic about its actions and who it wanted to present to. The second paranormal event happened shortly after my sister moved her bed to the room beside mine. In other words, it happened as soon as it was only me in the purple room. I was around 7 or 8, I think, and was crying whilst putting away my laundry. I can't quite recall the reason I was crying, but I remember it being something petty. Perhaps it was because I had to do laundry. Regardless, I suddenly stopped for no apparent reason, as I remember still feeling upset. But I stared blankly around the room. You know that blank stare you'd make as a kid trying not to cry while being scolded? It was that kind of blank stare. Anyways, I then looked up and saw a hooded old man. He was maybe 5'6", but only visible from the shoulders up. He was like a hologram in a way, see-through but extremely clear, and a white, slight pale bluish colour. I don't know if he emitted light, as it was broad daylight when this happened, but he was extremely detailed, and I could still remember the pores on his large nose and sagging cheeks. He had thin lips with deep smile lines, I think they're called, and his eyes weren't visible, but his eye bags were. His eyes themselves were covered by the hood he was wearing, and the hood itself was rounded and sat flat over his head and wasn't pointed or anything. He then just disappeared after a minute. I wasn't scared, but he just had a sour old man vibe, and once he disappeared, I just finished my laundry calmly and went back downstairs. After this sighting, I had named him Newman. Not sure where the name came from, but it felt specifically with an uppercase for whatever reason. After that, I started talking to him and them. I don't know where them came from, but yeah. Outloads about my day and random things. I found outside. He and them never talked back, but I could tell it was appreciated when I did. And the days I didn't, I felt someone waiting and would apologize and say I'd talk to you tomorrow. Around this age, maybe 8 or 9, my friend and I started using a spirit board at recess. This is what I think started the Shadow Man sightings. The spirit I knew wasn't Newman. Newman had a comforting feeling in his sternness. The spirit was just fear-inducing. It would lay under my bed in a way where its head would be visible from the shoulders up, and although it was just a black mass, you could distinguish its limbs and head and stuff. Anyways, it would stay in that position at night until I would spot it, and then it would rush underneath my bed in reverse. By that I mean its feet would rush to the head of the bed, so its shoulders and up were also under the bed, if that makes sense. But when it did this, it would make rushing, moving noises on the stuff underneath my bed. Garbage bags that stored stuffed animals that I rotated on my bed, and a hard plastic bin with winter blankets and clothes. It was a very distinct and disturbing sound and whoosh. This shadow man / figure would also knock on the walls a lot. I have a video of these knocks on my old iPod somewhere, but these knocks had the same fear-inducing vibes and were not Newman either. This never went away, but the fear became manageable and the experiences lessened the less scared I was. It was during that same period when I saw Newman for a second time. I was up late on my iPod and felt a presence to my right, which I feel like I should add that to my right was a wall my bed was pushed against. Anyways, so I looked to my right and there was a single eye, an old man's left eye, piercing back at me in an annoyed and frustrated expression, and was the same hologram hyper-realistic experience of the sighting I had of him before. It made me jolt, but I didn't feel threatened by it. Like before, just felt like I was being lectured, but it disappeared as quick as it came. After that, I turned my phone off and went to bed. I did tell my parents the next day, but I was ignored. These next 2 incidents happened when I was 12 to 13, and they happened outside of the purple room, and they're the only 2 that have happened in the house outside of the room. Although they both still on the side that was built in the 1800s, which is strange. Anyways, the first incident, I was upstairs and home alone. I was in the purple room and heard papers being shuffled downstairs. Confused as I was home alone, I paused my music to get a better listen. But after I paused the music, the shuffling of the papers got louder and became aggressive, as if someone was throwing paper after paper in a fit, trying to look for something frantically or just annoyed at something. I then walked out of my room over to the top of the stairs to look down to see if I could see anything. The noises still continued, and I could now tell that the noise was coming from the right side of the staircase, which to the right is a home office area at the end of a hallway. and right beside the front door, which is important to the next story. Anyways, I still didn't see anything, but could still hear it. So I took a step down the stairs and it immediately stopped, as if it knew I was there. So then I ran back to my room and jammed the door shut till someone came home. But no one had broken in upon checking, so it was dismissed by my parents. The second incident, I was downstairs in the kitchen when I heard loud, aggressive knocks on the front door. The one beside the home office where I heard the papers. My sister was supposed to be dropped off by a friend that day, so I went over to the front door, figuring she was annoyed. I locked it and opened it and looked around on the screened porch, but she wasn't there. So I checked the door on the screened porch that leads to the outside, and it was locked, so I knew it wasn't her or a person, as it was a brick house and the porch was half brick, so no one could get into it without you hearing it or noticing a cut screen panel. So, freaked out, and aware that it's not good to open a door for a spirit and let them into your home, especially not one that's knocking angrily, I went back to the front door that leads inside and said, "You're not allowed in, leave." Then I shut and locked the door again. I then returned to the kitchen, and immediately the door handle started violently shaking up and down, and the door was shaking as if someone was trying to push it. I went back and shouted, "Get out!" Kind of hopelessly, not gonna lie. But after that, it only continued for under a minute post, and then it stopped abruptly. For whatever reason, I felt like the paper shuffling in the door were related, as I got the same aggressive and frantic/annoyed feeling from them. The last two incidents that happened before I moved were both involving Newman. I was 15 or 16, and I hadn't had any contact with Newman in a while. I wasn't sure if he was still there or if it was just the more sinister spirits now. So home alone one day, I told him out loud I doubted his presence, but would still like to hear from him. I asked him that if he was still here, to move my desk chair. I told him he had 30 minutes and that I would go downstairs and would come up after 30 minutes. And so I did. And when I came back upstairs, the chair was in the centre of my room. Me thinking I might have misplaced the chair in the centre instead of the desk, then asked him to move it again back to my desk to confirm it was him. And again, I gave him 30 minutes. And when I came back upstairs, it was back at the desk where I'd asked him to move it. Seeing it move the second time made me go as pale as a ghost. The chair, although small and with wheels, was an old chair, so it was pretty heavy at the base. I was never able to lift it more than 2 feet. After that, I just said thank you and that I received the sign, but it was still just shaken. The last incident was the same sighting of his left eye, but this time to the right side of my bed, and up higher than my eye level and looking down. Not like it was before staring eye to eye. This time it also didn't make me jump, but I can't remember what I was doing before. I just remember seeing him. Then him disappearing, then me turning off the light and going to bed. I grew up in Africa, where this story took place. At that time, I was 16 years old, and I was what is called a rebellious teenager. I'm 35 today. I would often go out late at night, stay with my friends until very late at night, and come home in the middle of the night. I lived in a house in a neighbourhood where there were no streetlights, because between the asphalt road and the house where I lived. To describe the neighbourhood a little bit, there was a road a little over 1 kilometre long that I had to walk to reach my house. And so there was no street lighting. It was almost very dark, especially on nights when there was no moonlight. I used to keep a small flashlight so that I could walk in the dark and get home. For the record, I know it may sound a little wild, but there were a lot of hyenas in my neighbourhood. But I have been told since I was a child that hyenas never attacked human beings. As scavengers, they would look for trash from houses to feed on. That night, as I came home once again in the middle of the night, I walked in the dark with my little flashlight to light the way. In the middle of the path, I felt that someone was following me. No footsteps or anything else suspicious, just a feeling without any real foundation. After a while, I started to get scared for no reason. The feeling of being followed in the middle of the night without seeing anything was really too strong. So I turned off my flashlight and continued walking in the dark, thinking that whoever was following me would not be able to follow me anymore. On the way, there was a very small bridge where there was a light, the only one on the way to my house. Before reaching the bridge, I hid on the lower side between two houses to see if the person following me would go over the bridge. I was a little paranoid, but I really thought that someone was behind me. What I saw still gives me the shivers when I think back. After 2 minutes maybe, I saw two shadows on that bridge, walking like human beings, but there was no one there. Just the two shadows. I still remember the shadows that were walking and that I saw clearly that night. The shadows were on the ground, but there were no bodies. Just the silhouettes on the ground walking as if someone were there, but no one was there. The two shadows were walking side by side and crossed to the bridge as normal people, except there was no one except the shadows. I had a fear that I still feel today after almost 20 years. I knocked like crazy at the door of the house next to where I was hiding. And after a few minutes, a man came out without understanding what was going on. He woke up in the night and I begged him to let me in. I think he knew who I was because I was a foreigner in the country, and in my neighbourhood, there weren't many foreigners. So he walked me home about 500 metres away from the place in question. I was shivering and woke up my mother, who started to pray. The next morning, I asked my mother about what I saw, and she told me not to worry, that these shadows were the shadows of sorcerers, and that apparently at night, that's how they move, invisibly. This is the only time I've experienced something that I can't explain to myself. I was still in high school at the time, and my grandmother often came to visit us at home. As usual, she often came to talk to my mother about things in general. I only remember that every Thursday, she was holding with my mom a kind of coffee ceremony, which is very common in our culture. Surprisingly, I never asked myself this question before travelling abroad, but it's true that our coffee ceremonies, not only ours at home but in our country in general, are very much like a kind of religious ritual. We roast the coffee, we put a lot of incense so that the room is filled with smoke, and often we recite prayers. It's often said that it cleans or purifies the house. That day, I stayed with my grandmother and mother in the room where they were holding the coffee ceremony. I listened to them talk, and out of tiredness, I started to doze off, my head resting right next to my grandmother. After a while, my mother and grandmother stopped talking, and I felt that something was happening around me. I was wide awake, but I didn't want to show it. I don't know why, but I pretended I was still asleep. After a while, I heard my grandmother speaking, but it wasn't her. It was a very husky and masculine voice. For those who know grandmother, it's very strange. My grandmother, or whoever, had taken her place, greeted my mother, and my mother replied with a lot of respect, but above all, a lot of naturalness. At that time, I had problems with my tonsils, and my mother was very worried. She asked the spirit if I was going to recover from my tonsil problems, and the spirit told her not to worry, that everything would be fine. It's strange because my mother used to address my grandmother in the plural, as if she was talking to several people. She spent at least 20 minutes asking all sorts of questions, which my grandmother answered. The spirits possessing my grandmother finally warned my mother that my grandmother was not doing as they commanded, and that this was why she was in poor health. They told my mother that my grandmother must never miss the Thursday coffee ceremony once, and other stuff I forget, or she would have to pay the consequences. Her health, I guess. After 20 to 30 minutes, my grandmother came to her senses and asked my mother what they said. My mother told her that she had to follow what they told her to do in order to stay healthy. All the while, I was petrified and didn't want to show that I was awake. Back to me now. I was talking to my wife about this last night. I still say I don't believe in these stories in general, even though it's amazing that stories like skinwalkers are so prevalent in our culture. It was common knowledge that a neighbor turned into a hyena some nights, and many other stories about people you meet every day, but spend spun nights in the middle of wild animals, or people living with spirits, even with spirits manifesting themselves in front of you, etc. Finally, to conclude, I think what happens with the grandmother in question is a possession that we call Tsar in our country. Basically, some people live with spirits inside them that give them orders in order to appease the spirits. For some spirits, it's to read Quranic or biblical verses every night. For others, it's to do a coffee ceremony every week. The most amazing thing about my wife's story is that it's completely integrated into the culture and that people even seek advice from these spirits who possess people. By the way, the funny thing is that my mother is possessed by this type of spirit as well. For her, she also has to organize a coffee morning, but only once a year when she makes an animal sacrifice, usually sheep or chicken. And she is dressed entirely in red from dawn to dusk. I know it's super weird, but I come from a very traditional country. For us, it's totally normal. I'm not even sharing here the crazy things my mum would do or say about paranormal things. Don't hesitate to ask me questions. If you want to know more or tell me about what you know about this kind of phenomena, I'm super curious about your opinions. He had a really different taste of music ever since he was a kid. I mean, we would listen to teen pop, K-pop, classical jazz. There are plenty of music genres to listen to. Instead, he had a thing for orchestral music, opera, and instrumental. I don't know why, but he really loved to listen to those sad and creepy types of music. But he wasn't really into horror movies and supernatural stuff. He just loved it. His family and I sometimes made jokes of his weird taste, but we did all respect him. On his 11th birthday, his father gave him an old, tiny music box as a present. It's a circle-shaped music box with a thin lid. It's beautifully decorated with some type of decaying yellow metal. Bronze, maybe? You have to wind the heart-shaped metal blade to start the music playing. And if you closed the metal lid at the middle while the music was playing, it would also stop playing midway. The music is also cool and heartbreaking, maybe lasting around 2 or 3 minutes after each full wind. His father said that he got this from an antique store run by his friend with a really cheap price. He also added that the music box is said to be supposedly haunted. But we ignored that fact, as we were all skeptics who never experienced anything paranormal. So without any doubts, he loved it dearly. He wouldn't stop winding the music box even after thousands and thousands of times. We had to listen to it a million times non-stop. The music kept winding in our minds through the music boxes and playing. He valued that box so much that it occupied on the table beside his bed permanently. The activities began soon after a while of the arrival of this very music box. Though we believed the activities as mere accidents, we later figured out they were not normal at all, after we spoke up about his experiences years later. I will talk about 2 incidences. The first was his kid sister, who was 5 or 6 years old. She said she went to his room to find something when he was absent. He was probably out with me to play back then. And she knocked the music box accidentally over the desk and forgot to put it back in its place. Then she entered the living room to keep looking for something. She found it at the top of a shelf that was too tall for her to reach. So she took a chair, stepped over it, and tried to reach it. But something collided with the chair, causing her to fall onto the ground. She kept crying and saying something knocked her chair, but we ended up to the conclusion that she was just unbalanced, which caused her to fall. I think she sprained her ankle and wasn't able to walk for a week. Next is me, who spoke badly about the music box. I was only joking though. I think I was at his home to help him with his homework that day. I already finished my job, so I sat on his bed while he was doing his homework. I felt kind of bored, so I picked up the music box, winding the metal blade, and listened to the melody. Since I'm not a fan of this type of music, I laughed it off and said man, this melody is so boring, it's putting me to sleep. And I yawned, acting like I was sleepy. I said that just for fun, I swear. After that, I suddenly got the odd feeling when you're feeling like you're being stared at. He then finished his homework and asked me to check it. And when I touched the paper, the sharp edge of the paper got me bleeding. Not once, but twice in a mere minute. But we'd skipped thinking okay, that's possible. So we left it like it was nothing. Here's the main part of the story. One night after my friend was listening to his carillon, he fell asleep putting the music box under his pillow. He said at midnight, a naked old woman with a long grey hair woke him up saying, "Boy, get up, you're crushing my head." He was shocked to see the old woman out of all doors and windows closed and wasn't unable to speak a word for a minute. She smiled at him and whispered, "Scared to see me?" He nodded his trembling head, gaining little of his control back. She said, "Don't worry, dear, I won't hurt you. I just want you to pull out my music box under your pillow." He gathered his courage and asked her who she was, as she put the box on the desk as gently as he could, and she answered, "Me? I'm just an old hag whom the music box belonged to." Now, the atmosphere was a bit warmer, and since she seemed no harm, they had a decent conversation. But the woman spoke most, and my friend just listened, and then he asked, "What can I do to help you?" The old lady walked towards the chair slowly, sat on it, and said, "You seem to love this box, boy." He nodded and said, "I love both the box and the music." The lady smiled again and said, "I'm happy to hear that, boy. And one question," she continued. "Will you protect this as you love it?" He said, "I will." The lady chuckled and said, "You do resemble him." She then stood up and walked towards him, handing over the music box gently into his palms and kissed his forehead with tears in her eyes. "You keep it then, boy." Those were her last words. He said after the kiss, he became dizzy and couldn't help but fall asleep gently as the old woman watched him. He had no idea who the woman was and only found himself hazy of what he experienced was true or just an illusion cast by his dreams. He opened it up after years in a holiday family reunion. Then, in the next few days, me, my friend, and his father went a bit checking to the antique store, a bit curious, and then to the locals where the music box was said to be originated from. Here, we discovered the past of the music box. I'll brief it to you. Before the Civil War broke out, a young and happy couple were married. One wedding gift was a cute, tiny music box, which is believed to be ours. They would listen to it every night, putting their arms around each other in the garden. They spent a normal and peaceful life before the Civil War started, and that's when the young man decided to join the revolution. The lady became concerned about him, but wasn't able to stop her determined husband. She was left with her parents. The poor lady did not have any children, but a younger sister. Little did she know, that was the last day she got to see him. The war took years as the lady waited for her lover faithfully, but no word returned to her even after the war had finally finished. She became so obsessed with the music box, listening and staring at it for days on end. She had less and less appetite, and so reached to a point where she just won't leave the music box alone in her bed. She would never answer to calls, weeping silently alongside her playing music box. So, the parents got used to the sad situation and just let their daughter be. One rainy day, when the mother of the lady knocked her door for dinner, no noise was heard. She became worried, so she screamed for her husband, and he kicked the door open, only to find the poor lady lying lifeless on her bed, alongside her open, yet now silent, music box. After her death, the box would be heard mysteriously playing, though never to be found playing whenever someone checked it. So, rumours popped out the box was haunted. Years later, the music box was sold to an antique shop owned by his father's friend. At the arrival of the music box, everything still seemed fine, but after some time, it became very old, so the owner kept it in a storeroom where we kept other old yet little priced sales. Ever since that night, the door of the storeroom would be heard banging at night. And when the owner's family fell asleep, they would hear a melody playing in their dream, and then the screaming of a woman screaming to let her go. The owner's family became so horrified, they decided to throw the music box away. Later that day, my friend's dad found it and asked the owner about its price. The owner just said, "Take it away." So that's how it ended up at my friend's house, I guess. It always gives me chills whenever we talked about the music box. By the way, the box is still in a good shape, but some certain notes cannot be played anymore. Dear lady, I hope you find your lover in the next life. So I've seen ghosts and shadow figures my whole life, and I might at some point write about those. This happened when I was living in North Hamilton as a 6 or 7-year-old. I just saw a TikTok about the Hat Man and had a rush of memories that I had totally forgotten about. Living in that house, I was always uncomfortable and would get this recurring dream of a tall man with a big grey beard and white eyes who would introduce himself as God and told me to stare into his eyes. He would then pull me into a hug, and it would feel like his embrace was fire burning me. Then I would wake up to find my room on fire, until a few seconds later, I would actually wake up and everything would be fine. But I generally wouldn't be able to fall back asleep for the rest of the night. From what I remember, it was one of those nights where I woke up when I heard something outside my window. My window faced the backyard, but had a view of the driveway, and when I looked out to see what was out there, I saw a guy standing in the driveway in a top hat and coat. That was really all the details I could see, since it was dark out. I was used to seeing shadows, but they wouldn't stay after I looked at them like this one. I felt this really deep dread, and just when I was about to get my parents, I blinked, and he disappeared. Then a few nights later, I was getting into bed. I would sleep with my door open and the bathroom light down the hall on. I rolled into my right side and saw the same figure standing in my doorway, but this time it had a face similar to the ghost face killer from Scream. I of course didn't know anything about the Hat Man or Scream at the time because I was young. I stared at it for a few seconds before pulling the covers over my head, but I could see the silhouette through the blanket for a few seconds before it disappeared. I haven't been able to sleep with my door open since then. One night, I was playing in my room before bed. It was a stormy night, so all the windows were closed. My playroom was opposite my room down the hall. I heard a loud buzzing from the room, and when I looked at the dark room, it started glowing green before the desk chair in the playroom rolled across the room fast and slammed into the shelving unit, knocking things down. My mum came up the stairs and ran in there, expecting me to find breaking stuff. But I was in my room, cowering, and I told her what happened, but of course, she didn't believe me. From that point on,
I was convinced that that's where the monsters slept at night. Those were the big events, but there was little stuff like hearing voices and footsteps. Let me know what you guys think. So basically, this took place 3 years ago in my old house. At this point in time, I was 13 years old and completely unconvinced about paranormal entities being real. For a little background, this story starts back just after we had moved into our new house. My dad had been offered a new job, and it was a great offer, so we'd moved to a new city. It was late in the evening, and both my parents weren't at the house. My mom was meeting with some friends, and my dad was on the evening shift at work, which meant I was home alone. It was probably just after 7 o'clock when my mom left the house, leaving me alone. I didn't really mind though, because I was looking forward to having the house to myself and just having the chance to hang out and watch TV on the big screen in our living room. For a little insight, the living room is on the main floor of my house. I have both a basement and an upstairs. I was just hanging out and watching some Netflix on the TV. I want to say maybe around 7:30ish, maybe a little later. I was just laying out on my couch, half asleep, as you do. For some reason, due to me being half asleep, I heard a creak from upstairs. One you would hear when someone's walking on hardwood. Now, I have a dog and a cat, so normally this wouldn't strike me odd. But this was an incredibly new house. It was built the year before we bought it, so it was very new. Everything was super sturdy and fresh, so the floors didn't creak at all. But alas, I just brushed it off like it was my dog or something. This was probably at least half an hour later when I heard this weird click noise. I don't exactly know how to explain it. It was like the sound where you lock a door, but just louder. I couldn't pinpoint where I had heard it from. It sounded like it came from upstairs and downstairs. At this point, I got really paranoid. Not because I thought there was a ghost, but because this was a new house and I didn't know it well at all. So I decided to help calm my nerves. I would get on a FaceTime call with my friend. Nothing at all happened after I was on the call with them, which definitely made me feel better. I wasn't expecting both my parents to be home earlier than at least 12, and at this point it was probably 10ish. I was tired, so I just decided to go upstairs and get ready for bed. I took a quick shower and did all the normal stuff you do to get ready, brushing teeth, washing your face, etc. It only took me like 15 minutes, so I want to say it was only around 10:15. You're probably wondering why I keep bringing up the time. You'll figure it out later in this story. At this point, I was in bed, with no light in my room except for the light from my window. I don't know how long I'd been asleep, but I knew my parents were not home due to what happened later. When I woke up very suddenly, for some reason, it felt like how you wake up from a nightmare. You know, like the whole gasp, jolt up head thing. I didn't have a nightmare at all. It was strange. I felt cold, but not the type of physical cold, like the inside cold when you feel your stomach thumps. I kind of just sat up and looked around my room, trying to calm myself down. This is crucial, so you know it wasn't sleeping paralysis or anything of that sort. After glancing around my room a bit, something caught my eye. I looked over to the farthest corner of my room and could almost make out some sort of figure. It was completely horrifying. It was almost human, but it wasn't. It was tall, like seriously tall, maybe 8 feet. But it didn't have normal body proportions. It was so skinny, but its arms were long enough to reach its knees. This is gonna sound crazy, but the best way to describe it is almost like Slender Man, but shorter. I was so persistent that it wasn't paranormal, and maybe it was just something my clothes had made up. I don't know why I did what I did, but I lay down and tried to get back to sleep, despite my dripping feeling of dread. But I couldn't sleep at all. I lay there forever. I didn't feel safe, but I just lay there. I don't know how long had passed, but I heard my dad's car pull into the driveway, making me feel safer. Curiosity was killing me, so I pulled my head from under my covers to peek and see if it was still there, and it wasn't. The corner was empty and I felt better now. Nothing much happened after this. I tried telling my parents, but they told me my mind was playing tricks. I swear to God though, I saw that thing and it was real. I thought this would be the best place to share this. Maybe some people will believe me. My maternal grandparents lived in Nebo, Missouri, a little community in the Mark Twain National Forest. We lived in Springfield, making for a couple hours trip when we'd visit for holidays, Thanksgiving, Christmas, Mother's Day, Father's Day, sometimes 4th of July. And sometimes they'd have one of us kids visit for a few days. In 2006, my grandmother had a stroke and had to be put in a facility to monitor her state. The mental state never recovered, and the last photos of her I saw were nearly unrecognizable. All of us were preparing ourselves for the inevitable, that we'd have to say goodbye for the last time. Then, one Sunday morning, my father answered a phone call and shortly, the younger of my sisters started crying. When we asked what the problem was, she said, "Grandpa died." His health had suddenly broken down, and despite the attempt to get him medical attention, he'd gone quickly. That Wednesday, we had the funeral and burial. Given her physical and mental state, Grandma couldn't be there. In a couple days, we got the news that Grandma had died peacefully, and we had a second funeral and burial about a week after her husband. Now for the ghostly part. At the family meetings and such after the second funeral, a little story got out. Grandma had been informed that her husband had died, but on hearing this news, she protested that couldn't be, as he was still visiting her. Now, as I said, after the stroke, Grandma's mental state wasn't quite all there. But what if she was right? What if my grandfather was still visiting her? Did he not want to go without her? During my first 20 years, I never questioned that they loved each other. Maybe that love was enough to keep them together, even after one of them had already died.
For starters, I'm a night owl. I'll stay up all night, then get 7 to 8 hours of sleep during the day. During the past couple of nights, I've been hearing voices, noises, etc. My brother, who's trans, female to male, and my rooms connect with a bathroom, and we both have sliding doors to the bathroom. During the night, I'll hear the door being pressed against, making it shake and bang. We do have cats, but I always make sure they aren't in there before I close the door. Plus, during the night, only my cat is in my room, and he usually stays in there. The other thing I've been hearing is my mother's voice. This has happened multiple times, and sometimes it changes where it's coming from. Sometimes it sounds as if it's coming from the dining room, or it's coming right from the living room, which I have a good view of from my room when the door's open. But when I hear the voice, she's always sleeping, since she works during the day and doesn't stay up late. There are a few times where I heard her voice talking to my siblings, and their voices talking too, and it's even said my name a few times. I don't know what it is, or even is a thing, spirit, etc. I have also seen figures go through the living room, towards the dining room. What I did see that scared the life out of me happened a while ago in our old house. I don't know if it could be something that followed us to our new home, and or could be related to me hearing my mother's voice. I was in my bedroom and had gotten up to use the bathroom. The hallway was pretty small, and the bathroom was right in the centre. My room was off to the right and my mother's to the left. Then, across from the bathroom was the living room. It was a small house before I went into the bathroom. I had seen my mother standing in her room with her back towards me. Before I could close the bathroom door, I looked up to see my mother on the couch, just playing on her phone. Knowing exactly what would happen if I shut that door, after seeing my mother in her room, and after many horror movies, I dashed into the living room. And, of course, I told my mother what I just saw. I don't know if there's a possibility of hearing my mother's voice, along with seeing her in her bedroom when she was really in the living room, might be connected or not. Or if something might have followed us from the old house to our newer home. My family used to live in a house that was right above a small store. To get to our front door, you had to climb quite a few stairs. On the right side was a huge parking lot, a gym, and a couple small shops and restaurants. On the left was a small dirt parking space and a swamp that went out a decent amount, and then some more houses. I had my own room at the time, which was straight down the hallway from the kitchen. It was peaceful in the house for a small amount of time, but one night I had woken up, for whatever reason that I can't remember, and saw a small boy engulfed in flames, just dancing around my bed. He kept telling me to go outside over and over again. Now, the swamp looks like it was sturdy ground by looking at it, but if you put a single foot down, you just fall right in. I don't remember what happened next, but apparently, both my parents had woken up to the door opening. They got up, ran to the door, and saw me going towards the swamp. Luckily, my father was able to run down the staircase and get me before I went any farther. After some time had passed, after my mom had my second little brother, 2 more incidents happened. I was up in the attic with my father, just playing with his wrestling stuff. There was a small doorway that led to the small room where he kept his wrestling collection, and there was the rest of the attic, and a small staircase that led down to the kitchen. I had gotten bored of being up in the attic, so I headed over to the stairs to go play with my own things. Before I could take a single step down the stairs, a pair of hands pushed themselves against my back, causing me to go flying down the stairs. My mom was in the kitchen, and thankfully, she was there to quickly help me. She asked if I tripped, and I told her no, that someone had pushed me. She did have a team of ghost hunters come to our house to investigate. When they had gone up to the attic, they had brought me along. They asked, "Did you push this girl down those stairs?" And they had gotten a reply, "Yes." Sometime after that, when my second brother was a bit older, this incident happened, and it almost destroyed our family. My second brother was sleeping in my first brother's room because my dad was still building the bunk bed for him and I was sleeping on the couch. I wasn't in the room at the time, but my mother did tell me what happened. She had gone into my brother's room to say goodnight to both of them. And when she went in there, she found my brother with a weapon in his hand. I can't remember if it was a knife, a meat mallet, a hammer, etc. She asked my first brother why he had the weapon, and without even hesitating, he said, "They told me I have to kill my brother tonight." And like any parent would, she panicked and got my second brother out of the room. After a few days, she had the same group of ghost hunters come back to investigate. They gave her this container full of some weird liquid and told her to spray it on the carpet in my brother's room and have him sleep somewhere else. The morning after doing that, there were blue footprints leading from the door straight to my brother's bed. She did send him to a place to stay for a while, and it helped prove that it wasn't really my brother that night. Then there was everything that happened in our last home, along with what was going on in our new house. I did forget to add something else that happened. I was sitting on the couch, just scrolling on my phone and laughing at the hilarious arguments that was going on between my mom and first brother. At some point, I felt pain go through my left forearm, as if someone had taken the tip of a knife and dragged it up my arm. I look down and see 3 scratches appearing in the spot that hurt the most. It was faded enough where you couldn't see it at first glance, but it was still somewhat visible. In Thailand, many people believe in the supernatural, including my grandma, and to show for it, she had a shrine dedicated to the Kuman Thong, a luck-bringing deity in the general living space of the house. She lives in a multi-story townhouse, so the general living space consisted of both the living room and dining room. There were no walls separating them. Now, the Kuman Thong are said to bring prosperity and protection to the homeowner, meaning they are not a malignant force to residents. However, the things I saw and heard that night still stick with me. I must reiterate, it may have just been a nightmare. I'm staying at my grandma's with my sister on Saturday night, as we used to do when we were very young. I was sleeping on the 3rd floor of the townhouse and woke up because I needed the toilet. The toilet was down on the 2nd floor, where my sister and grandma were sleeping, and so I felt relatively safe to make the journey in the dark, plus my flashlight. I had one of those kinetic flashlights, specifically for a visit to the toilet in the night. I reach the 2nd floor, and the first thing I notice is a dim light coming from the ground floor. First reaction, someone had left the lights on downstairs, and so I dismissed it rather quickly, until I heard laughing. Children's laughter. It was the faintest noise, though, and only in silence could you make it out. My next move was trying to catch a glimpse of anything or anyone down there. You could see part of the living room from the top of the stairs that led to the 2nd floor. Didn't see anything other than the lights which had been dimmed. Only other thing that happened that night was me hearing the noise of one of those pull-back toy cars, which would then propel itself going forward. I had one of them, which was a Hot Wheels speed racer, and I have heard that spring sound so many times that I know it was the same noise I heard from downstairs. That set me slowly walking back to my bed, as to not disturb what I believe were the spirits of the Kuman Thong downstairs, and my need to pee was no longer there. This is the only time I've encountered a spirit, and I like to think that they aren't real, but my friend described his own experience, which was almost identical to this. Downstairs lights are on during the dead of night, noises of children laughing, and the noises of children's toys being played with. What's even scarier is that his mom has told us that when he was a kid, he used to talk and play with things no one else could see. And his mom believes that those things were the spirits of the Kuman Thong. I've been having paranormal encounters for most of my life. Be it actually seeing ghosts, feeling their presences, or literally hearing them in my head. I know it sounds crazy, but it's completely true. My great-grandmother was the same way from what everyone tells me, and those who knew her say I'm practically her clone. Either way, for the past year, I've been seeing this thing in my dreams. No, it's not sleep paralysis. Whenever I see it, I'm fully aware of the fact that I'm dreaming, but I can't wake up. The dreams usually put me out in the woods, somewhere dark, and I'm in the middle of this clearing with a lake in it. About 30 feet away in the tree line It's this absolutely massive shadow figure, and I'm talking like 40 or 50 feet tall. The trees are taller, but this thing almost reaches the top of them. I call it a man, but it has no real shape to it. You guys ever see those Fresno Nightcrawler things? It's shaped kind of like that. Only completely black with these massive deer antlers sticking out of its head and these distributing red eyes. When I say red, I mean like pure neon red. They don't glow very bright, but bright enough to make him noticeable. He never gets any closer to me, but I can always feel his presence when I'm in those woods. Recently, however, I've started feeling that presence outside of my dreams, and it started to freak me out really bad. Along with that, I've started seeing an entity that looks like a little girl. I want to say 6 or 7, that has no features except for these big eyes. I only see her in the corners of my eyes at night. But the other features I've gotten are a thick black braid going down her back, a strange white dress. I want to put it around the late 1800s or early 1900s, and what look like bruises. I have no idea if these things are connected, but it's freaking me out. If anyone has any thoughts about red eyes or the girl, I'd really like to hear them. Thanks. My sister lives in my parents' house, where they both died due to COVID-19. Over the past few months, my sister has mentioned bizarre things happening in the house. I don't live there right now. It started 3 months ago, about 5 months after our parents had passed away due to COVID-19. She said she was sleeping and heard something in the room across from the bedroom and looked and saw what looked to be a silhouette of a woman peering around the corner, and she called me immediately. She turned on the lights, nothing was there. And I went and stayed with her, and nothing was there. A few weeks later, when I was there helping move our parents' stuff out to a storage unit, about 8 o'clock at night, we heard what vividly sounds like running in the attic. There's absolutely no way to get in the attic besides from my parents' old bedroom. Naturally, we think someone is up there, so we call the police and they do a thorough search. And there's nothing. And we got lectured about false police reports. 1 month ago, I'm staying there, the dog sitting while my sister is vacationing, and she had been complaining that she kept seeing the same silhouette in the most ominous places. I told her that her mind was playing tricks on her. I'm laying on the couch and behold, I heard running in the attic yet again. I'm kind of freaking out at this point because I don't want to call the police due to the last time. Instead, I call our neighbour over and once again, nothing is up there. Last night, I get a call at 3 a.m. and my sister's out of breath in her car, driving over, screaming at me that she heard Dad's voice in the attic. I mean, she is frantic. She gets to my house and unironically looks like she saw a ghost. My grandma's house has always been a scary place, for as long as I can remember. My dad and aunt and uncle all grew up in the house and had paranormal experiences occur throughout their lives. One example was when my dad and uncle were teenagers. My uncle was walking down the steps and was swinging a towel as he just washed his hair. Out of nowhere, my dad, who was standing in the living room at the bottom of the stairs, saw the towel straighten out in front of my uncle, as if someone pulled it, and my uncle fell forcibly down the stairs. Now, my grandma hates all things paranormal, especially Ouija boards, and she would often visit gypsies. So it's a big no-no in our family to discuss the paranormal events that occur in her house. 20 years or so ago, my cousins and brothers were playing in the upstairs bedrooms of my grandparents' house. The toys were set up in the room across the hall from them, and they were all in the same bedroom playing a board game. Out of nowhere, a Hot Wheels car, no batteries, no wind-up, just an average car, slowly exited the room that the toys were in, went across the hall, and into the room where they were all sitting. Needless to say, they were all terrified. Around 8 years ago, my oldest brother moved into the basement of their house. One night, when he was home alone, he woke up out of a deep sleep, having felt like he was shaken by someone. He stood up and instantly smelt gas. He went upstairs and outside of the house. Later, he found out there was a carbon monoxide leak, and if he had not woken up, there's a big chance he could have died in his sleep. Months after they went, my grandparents were away for the weekend. The family decided to try the Ghost Radar app in their house. We all sat around the phone and my uncle asked the normal questions. Is anyone here? Blah, blah. Then he asked, who used to live in the basement? At this point, my brother had moved out. The Ghost Radar replied with my brother's full first name, which no one ever calls him. We were shocked. So my uncle asked, how did you save my brother? It replied with, wake. What the fuck? He then asked, what did you save him from? And it said, gas. Bruh. Needless to say, we were shocked. The last thing that I'm going to talk about that happened in the house is my grandparents' friend's obituary, who passed away probably 15 years ago, will show up in their kitchen every month or so. They usually say hello to their friend and put the obituary back in the basement where it's supposed to stay. A little while later, it will show back up in the kitchen. My dad grew up next door to the house I live in now. His parents were friends with the original owners of my house, and my dad knew them basically as his aunt and uncle. My parents bought his aunt and uncle's house when I was like 6 months old. My dad would often go to the house by himself to work on it, because it needed quite a bit of updating. The owners were old and didn't have great taste, lol. Whenever my dad would change something in the house, pull up the carpets, paint the walls, redo the bathroom, etc., he would smell the old owner's cologne. The old owner had passed away in his new home in Florida. Because of this, we assumed that owner chose to reside in his old home, aka our home. Growing up in that house, we always experienced paranormal events. Our cousins and friends would stay over, and even they would experience something. A quick rundown of the thing's experiences. One time when my family was out of town, my cousin came to our house to let our dogs outside. She came in through our garage, and the door to the house from the garage opens right to the basement stairs. Scary, I know. When my cousin walked into the house, she saw a figure standing at the bottom of the stairs. She sat there. They looked at each other for a couple of seconds before she realized what she saw and ran out of the house. Our living room has a walkway into the kitchen, and to the right of that walkway is the stairs to the top floor. You can see up the stairs from the living room. At least 3 to 4 times a week, I see a figure walk down the stairs and into the kitchen. And it's been that way for as long as I can remember. Everyone in my family has seen it, and it's just a normal occurrence now. My brother will be like, yo, did you see him just walk down the stairs? And I'm like, yep. One time in particular, my brother and I were in the living room when we saw the figure go down the stairs. Neither of us acknowledged it. But we then heard a full cup of water that my brother had been drinking earlier slide across our textured countertops. When we looked in the kitchen, the cup was 90% of the way off the counter. There's no possible way it could have done that without falling. I still to this day do not know how that happened. But we ran out, our little asses, out of that house and to our older brother's house down the road. Now that I'm older, I'm more interested in figuring out who the ghosts are. I bought a pendulum from New Orleans a couple years back and used it in my old room. I got a couple of answers. The spirit said it didn't like me. That hasn't changed, lol. The next day, as I was getting ready for school, I saw a figure run from behind me out of my room. It was small, like child-sized. Now, I don't trust small ghosts, so I moved the fuck out of that room into my now grown brother's old room. His room was pretty haunted, but I didn't care. When his girlfriend would stay in that room, my brother slept in the living room. She would wake up in the middle of the night to the closet doors sliding open. My brother and I both experienced seeing a man standing in the corner of the room in the middle of the night. I'd just turn my TV on and go back to sleep. I used my pendulum in that room to try and figure out who the spirits were. It went like this. Do you like me? No. Do you want to hurt me? No. Was this your house? Yes. Do you get angry when we change things here? Yes. Are you the man that stands in my room while I sleep? No. When I talk about the spirits at my house, they become more active. I've learnt that if I ask them nicely to be calm, they won't mess with me. I often do this if I have an important test the next day and need sleep. So, I consider them my pals, lol. I'm moving soon, so I don't know if they'll stay at my house or come with. My mom seems to think that they'll follow me. In 2014, my brother sadly lost his battle with depression. It was very difficult for our whole family. There was a lot of anger towards one girl because she did something pretty horrible that ended up basically pushing him to do it. Also, my mom was a Christian and was very worried about where my brother would end up because she was always taught in school that if you committed suicide, you didn't go to heaven. My mom would also love butterflies a lot. Since she was a kid, she believed that people who pass away come back in the form of butterflies when they want to visit you. My dad believed in the paranormal, but still always will try to deny experiences when he encounters them. I have two more brothers, one of which was in high school, who we'll call T, and another who was older. Here's some of my experiences. About a week ago, after my brother passed away, we began having problems with our lights and electrics in the house. Kind of cliche, I know. Of course, my dad chalked it up to be our electrical box, yada yada. But I, along with my immediate family, would always see this as a sign from my brother that he was with us. We would usually go, "Hi, brother, we miss you. We know you're there." And the flickering would subside. This will come up again later. After about 2 weeks, my mother and father's anger towards that girl had grown extensively. However, she had a child with my brother. One night, my mom had a very vivid dream, and her explanation of it was as follows. My mom, dad, and brother sat at our dining room table. She said it was so real that she could hear him breathing. My brother proceeded to tell my parents to forgive the girl, that it wasn't her fault, and that they need to see the baby still. After this, my parents did what he said and mostly forgave her. About 3 months after he passed away, my family, mom, dad, brother, grandparents, were sitting in my grandparents' driveway. As we all talked, a butterfly, I believe it was yellow, but I'm not positive on that fact, flew around us and landed on my grandma's finger. She laughed and waited for it to fly away, but it didn't. It stayed there. For a couple of minutes, we continued talking as it sat with my grandma. Then she asked, "Can I pet you?" And it did a little flick of the wings, which my grandma took as a yes. She gently touched the body of the butterfly. A couple of minutes after, she stopped petting it. It flew around us and flew away. Whether it was my brother or just a lonely butterfly, that was a very crazy experience. One afternoon, my dad and T cleaned out our garage. I think my dad used cleaning as a way to think and escape. We have long metal shelves in our garage that are used for storage. They completely took everything off of them, wiped them down, and organized the items that they put back. The next morning, it was maybe 6 a.m., my mom and dad stood in the garage smoking a cigarette. Yes, sadly they still do. Before my mom left for work. My mom looked at one of the shelves as she was telling my dad how nice the garage looked. And there was a small yellow metal butterfly hair clip. Kind of like what you'd see in a little girl's hair. Now my mom knew instantly that there was no way it could be mine because 1, she only bought plastic clips for my hair, and 2, I stopped using the clips probably 3 or 4 years prior, as I was a little tomboy. She took this as a sign from my brother and clipped it on his rosary that she kept in her car. Later that day at work, my mom was stopped by someone in the hallway. It was a nurse that is called in to do a specific thing at the facility, only when it needs to be done, meaning she's there maybe once a month. She didn't know my mom, she didn't know my brother. The lady stopped and asked my mom, "Did you recently use your son?" My mom said yes, and the lady said, "He was really tall, wasn't he?" My brother was 6'2" or 6'3". My mom said he was pretty tall. The lady said, "He has tattoos, some on his face too." My mom said yes. Then the lady proceeded to say, "He says he left you a gift this morning. Something to do with a butterfly because he knows you like them. He also wants me to tell you that the things that you keep noticing and asking if it's him, it is. He's telling you he's there with you, and he knows you're worried, but he's in a good place. He's okay." My mom obviously burst into tears, but the lady had to leave to tend to her patient. My mom never got her name. She's never been able to find her since. But this gave us a lot of hope. A couple of years ago, I was playing a Ouija board with my friends, and when we asked who the person was that we were talking to, it spelled out my brother's name. Obviously, everyone looked at me instantly, but I didn't let myself get excited. I asked what his oldest son name was, and it spelled out the first 4 letters of his name and stopped. Then I asked what my mom's name was, and it spelled it wrong, which I recently heard was something that happens if a spirit is pretending to be someone else. It will know things, but not fully. Something like that. But all of my friends playing would have known both answers. So if any of them were pushing it, the answers would have been correct. But we all swore on our lives we weren't moving it. Something crazy that my sister-in-law experienced about a month after my brother died. My brother T became very close with a girl after my brother passed away. They started dating after a week or so. She would experience the closet doors opening, which we all saw as my brother messing with her because he lived to do stuff like that when he was alive. Also one time, she was looking for her keys all over the house because she had to drive home. She figured it was T hiding the keys, so she had to stay a little longer. But he swears he didn't touch them. He was helping her look. I went to the freezer, probably for food, I'm a fat ass, and found her keys sitting in the freezer on a shelf. We were all super confused and still are. But the craziest thing that happened to her was a month after my brother died. My parents were looking all over for his social security card or wallet or driver's license. That part I'm not sure about, as they don't tell me back then because I was only 11. My parents couldn't find them anywhere and they were getting frantic. T and his girlfriend went to my brother who passed away's old room to look for a movie to watch. He freaking loved movies and owned tons. His door opened into the laundry room. T stepped into the laundry room to put his clothes in the dryer and left his girlfriend in the room. To this day, they both swear up and down on their lives that this happened. The door to his room shut with the girlfriend inside. She thought it was T messing with her, so she tried to open the door, and it wouldn't budge. She yelled at T to stop being a dick and to let go of the door. He said he wasn't doing anything. He began to try to push the door open and couldn't. She says that something in her head told her to open one of the drawers. She opened it, and inside were the items that my parents had been looking for. She told him she found it and to let her leave, and the door opened up. She's still scared to talk about this. Lastly, my boyfriend and I have been together for a year now. And since we started dating, I've always wondered if my brother would have liked him, because my brother has always been very protective over me and always joked about how he would greet my boyfriend first when he picked me up for a date, blah blah. My boyfriend started wondering this also. About 2 months into our relationship, I took him to my brother's stone. He was cremated, but there is a stone for his memorial at a garden in my city. I introduced him to my brother, and he was very sweet about it. A couple of months later, my boyfriend had a dream with my brother vividly in it, telling him that he likes him. Crazy. Small things still happen from time to time. My brother will visit me in a dream. The lights will flicker rapidly, and once we acknowledge him, they stop. The most common thing that happened starting the week that he died was my entire family seeing the time 12:34 non-stop. I'll wake up and look at the clock, and it will be that time. My parents, cousins, aunts, uncles, grandparents, everyone has experienced it and still does to this day. I even got a tattoo of it on my arm. I miss my brother a lot, but I always feels like he's here with me, watching me grow up, like he always said he would. I'm a member of an up-and-coming paranormal investigation team. We spend every other weekend investigating supposedly haunted locations for our YouTube channel. Our last investigation got a little bit dicey. We had selected an old tuberculosis hospital to spend the night in so we could run tests. Spirits box, Ouija board, Ovilus, the works. Walking into the hospital, you could feel the weight in the air. It was like walking into a vat of syrup. Despite this, things were fairly normal for the first little while. We didn't get much of anything, and we were almost ready to pack it up and go home. Then, one of our investigators, who we had known would be there a little later, arrived. We'll call him Brian. The moment he stepped in the door, things got crazy. The first thing that we noticed was the sound of footsteps running in the hallway above us. It was a 3-story building. No big deal, it could have been an animal. Then, a piece of glass fell from an exit sign above Brian's head. Came a few inches from cutting his head off. We finally decided to conduct one last dowsing rod session and get out of there. During this session, however, Brian's luck began to turn. We didn't stop the session, but rather sent one of our other investigators over to check on him and see what was happening. Upon pulling up his shirt, we found a massive scratch running the length of his back. At that same moment, one of our dowsing rods bent. I'm not talking a small bend that bounced back either. It was a permanent bend in the metal that had definitely not been there before. We were all standing there as well, and the investigators holding the rods could not have bent them without us noticing. In fact, the investigator holding the rods and the one with the scratch both refused to ever investigate with our team again. They stopped investigating permanently. However, I've never seen a ghost do something that malicious. Could this even be a demon? For those who would like to see the video evidence, I'll link the video in the comments. I saw a ghost of a young boy today while visiting my mum's plaque at the cemetery that's near where I live in Adelaide. I'm from Australia, if you can't tell. Has anyone ever had an experience like that before? I'm still shaken up because I don't mind if I ever see a ghost, but the cemetery was nearly closing and my car was the only one around and nobody else was about. I tried to go after the boy to see if he was really what I was seeing. He looked about 9 or 10, browny blonde hair, and he looked like he was zooming fast, although he was walking, if that makes sense. But like just for fun, and not even to the gates to get out of the cemetery. And I didn't even see where he came from. I asked him, "Are you okay? Where are your parents?" Thinking it's probably someone's kid needing to be let out of the cemetery. But in reality, now that I think about it, because I looked to see where he was, and literally gone, like out of thin air. He was basically a ghost. He basically popped up and then disappeared out of thin air. Anyone ever had any experience like that? I told my older sister, and she said they might pop into my dreams tonight, and it might mean something. I never told this story to anyone until now. I stay in an area of North Carolina that back in the early 19th century had the biggest sawmill in the United States at the time. The town of Elizabethtown now sits on the grounds of that sawmill. To the north is Bladen Lake State Forest. There's a creek there called Turnbull Creek, named after the Indian chief that laid claim to the land there. My grandfather told me Chief Turnbull struck a deal with the sawmill and allowed them to cut the trees except in one area where many of their ancestors were laid to rest. The story goes that the loggers began cutting and for years no problem had ever come between the loggers and the tribe. Until the day they cut on the sacred land. A battle broke out and in the end the tribe was slaughtered, all except the chief. It was said he cursed the land and swore to protect it forever. It was said he changed into a black smoke as dark as coal, and in it were two bright red eyes, like fire. A story, when told in detail, would scare any kid from venturing off into those woods, except me and my then best friend. In my younger years, I loved to explore. So naturally, those woods made a great place to have adventures and discovery. The creek always gave relief from the hot summer days. The cool water fed by springs that were so cold that in the heat it would give you goosebumps. I used to think there was gold in that water for the glittery flakes you would find all over your skin after a dip in the tea-coloured waters. You always had to be careful of where you took a swim because cottonmouths, water moccasins and rattlesnakes enjoyed its banks. The forest around it was loaded with wildlife. Deer, black bear, raccoons and squirrels could be seen around on a daily basis. Sometimes, if you were lucky, you'd find an arrowhead or a railroad spike from the old logging rail that went down the side of the creek. The old dirt road to the creek was a good hour walk from the neighborhood. I remember one spot on that road was always cold, even in the summer. So cold, in fact, we would run as fast as we could to get through it. Sometimes it felt like the temperature would drop from 99 to 50 degrees right there. Eventually I got curious as to why. Maybe it was another creek that nobody knew about, or a pond filled with fish, or maybe something else. Whatever it was, I was going to find out. One day in June, me and my best friends set out to find out. My grandfather told us not to, and told me the story of Chief Turnbull. I wrote it off as an old tale to scare kids, and set off for the woods anyway. I never believed ghost stories. This one wasn't going to scare me. I told my best friend to be prepared for him to try and scare us, and off we went. I remember walking forever through those woods and never finding anything. So we decided to follow the cold air and see where it went. After some time passed, we came upon a thick area in the woods. Thorny vines and thick underbrush were everywhere. The cold air was coming from inside of this thicket. We found that we thought was a deer trail, and crawling on our hands and knees, we made our way through. It felt like 100 feet we crawled before everything cleared. No trees, no bush, just tall grass and mounds of dirt scattered about, and the air was freezing cold. The whole clearing was surrounded by the thickest like a ring. The air was misty, like a light morning fog. In the middle of the clearing was what looked like smoke from a campfire. It was a dark smoke, and in it was what looked like a person standing there. All I could see is the outline of a body. But when it turned around, I saw the eyes, bright red like fire. It moved towards us quicker than we could react. When we did react, we moved like lightning had struck us on the feet. I never knew a person could run on all fours, but we did that day, right back through the thickets so fast it seemed like a flash. Behind us, we could hear something stomping through the woods like a charging bear, and people whispering in our ears. We made it out the thicket and never stopped running. We ran until the air warmed up and we couldn't breathe enough air in. I think it stopped chasing us long before we stopped because we didn't hear it anymore. But why not be a little safe and make sure? When we made it out of the woods, it was starting to get dark. No words spoken on that walk home, just two kids trying to make sense of what happened in our heads. We walked by his house first, then mine was a block away. I had to walk past my grandfather's house to get home. He was sitting on the front porch when I walked by. He asked me if we found what we were looking for, and I told him yes. He asked if I wanted to show him with a smile, in which I replied, no. The next day, I went back to my grandfather's house. He told me how he did the same thing when he was little, how he saw the clearing and the mounds. He said it chased them out of there too. Them woods had many dark secrets, and that was just one of them, I remember him saying. My best friend and I drifted apart after that. He never spoke to me about it, and I never spoke about it to him. He's now the chief of police in a town close by, and I work for an engineering firm building roads and bridges. My stepson came to me not long ago and asked if we could ride that road one night and spotlight deer. I told him, go if you want to, but I wouldn't. Them woods hide many dark secrets some of you don't want to discover. Sometimes I ride by that dirt road. Sometimes I'll look down it. Sometimes I see a smoky figure standing there with glowing red eyes looking back at me. When I do, I know Chief Turnbull is still there, and he's still protecting the sacred lands. He won't have to protect them from me, though. I'll never go back. In the town of Bladenborough, just 8 miles southwest of Elizabethtown, where I stay, it was said a demon cat from hell used to stalk the woods, killing livestock and making the locals scared. Then suddenly, it disappeared. That's what they say anyway. We know it didn't. To this day, there's been reports of something that looks like an abnormally large mountain lion, with blood-red eyes and fur as black as night. Its cries have been compared to that of a woman being torn apart and screaming for her life. Luckily, it only has a taste for goats and cows, or so we think anyway. I will tell you, there has been a few people that have gone missing. Some have been found, and to hear some of the police tell the story, the bodies were torn to shreds. It's not just located in Bladenborough like most think. It goes from Bladen Lake State Forest to the Green Swamp area, which covers 3 counties and over 1,200 square miles. A friend of mine was hunting one day down in the green swamp when it started getting dark. If you hunt in this area, you know you've got to be out of the woods before dark by law. So he climbed down from his tree stand and began the long walk through the swamp and underbrush to where he parked his truck. Now, my friend is a cornbread fed southern boy and has the size to prove it. Standing 6 feet 6 inches with a weight of 260 pounds of pure farm muscle, he isn't small by any standards. So he learned not to be scared of anything. He said what happened next made him never want to go in the swamp hunting again. Making his way through the brush, he said he began hearing something walking through the woods toward him. He stopped to listen for it and said it sounded like a large black bear, so he got his gun ready just in case. When he stopped, it stopped. When he walked, it walked. He said it made him nervous because whatever it was knew he was there and wasn't running off. He said he started making noise and even shot his gun into the air. It didn't leave. Instead, it let out a growl he said you could feel as much as hear. All the way through the woods, it stayed just behind him, out of sight. When he came out of the woods onto the dirt road, he said his truck was about 50 yards down from him. He decided it was a pretty good chance that whatever it was following him was going to keep following or make a move on him. So he took off running. It took off running too. He said it sounded like a bulldozer was crashing through the woods, and when it broke from the woods, it sounded like a horse running through loose dirt. He could hear the stomps of its feet and the growling in its breath. He didn't have to look back to know it was coming and catching up to him. He shot behind him, hoping it would scare it enough to stop for a moment and give him a chance to make it to the truck. When he did, he said he must have hit it because it screamed, and for a moment he thought it was a person. That's when he finally turned around. He said it was jet black, as big as a 600-pound black bear, a tail as long as its body, and eyes that were glowing red. He hit it, and it was just standing there looking at him as if to say, "Now you've done it." He bolted to the truck and jumped in. Just as he shut the door, he looked, and it was right there. He said it was so close, its breath was fogging the window. By now, he said he was shaking badly, and it was everything he could do to get the key in the ignition and start the motor. He drives a Ford F-350 four-wheel drive that was raised up, so there's a good 2 feet of clearance under the truck. He said this thing was on all 4 feet and looking eye to eye with him in his truck. The engine started and he took off like a bat out of hell. He said it chased him as hard as it could until he picked up speed and stopped and watched it drive off. The next day, he and his dad went back with guns and looked around for tracks, blood, or even a dead body. He said there was no blood, even though he knows it was shot, and there was paw prints as big as his hands on the ground everywhere. Then they found a tree that 9 feet up had claw marks 1 inch deep in the wood, spaced 4 inches apart from each other. They didn't venture into the woods, nor did they go too far from the truck. Both of them said they felt as though they were being watched and didn't want to stick around to find out what it was. They got back in the truck, and that's when they heard it. A scream from the woods off in the distance. He said it was like a woman screaming bloody murder. It lets him know it was there, waiting. Yep, there's a many dark secret in them woods. Charlie Daniels even wrote about these woods in one of his songs. If you ever get adventurous and want to try your luck, come on down to Green Swamp. And when the sun goes down, get real quiet. You might hear that scream. I hope when you do, it's off in the distance and not close by. Because if it is, well, it might just be the last sound you hear. Have you ever woken up in the middle of the night and in the corner of your eye, you see someone standing there, only to find when you look that way, there's nothing there? Chances are there was. Here, we call them people in the shadows. I was 15 the first time I saw them. In my bedroom, I had this beautiful bay window that took up the whole wall. I had a view of the orchard, and just behind it at the edge of the yard was a fence that separated my yard from the state forest. For some reason, I began having issues with it though. At night, I felt like I was being watched, and looking out the window, you couldn't see anything but darkness. That feeling got stronger over time, so I began hanging blinds and thick curtains so I felt a little safer. My stepdad decided to put a light outside where I could see at night through the window, and I felt a little better. That is, until one night, when I saw them. It was a fall evening, and the only light you could see that was natural was the full moon overhead. The light my stepdad put up shined down on the pear trees, and I could see the edge of the yard pretty easily from my vantage point in my room. The silhouette of trees and bushes in the woods always seemed a little odd-shaped, but tonight they moved. At first, I thought this just isn't real, and found myself glued to the window watching. I could count 13 of them moving around. I could feel ice in my veins, like they knew I saw them. I watched almost like I wasn't able to move, like my life depended on me not even blinking, or they'll get me. They moved back and forth in the woods until one stopped through the fence. Yes, they walked straight through a solid object into my yard. They stood just at the edge of the light, looking back at me. They were just a black shadow. No definition of the body except the outline and the void inside of each. I couldn't tell if they were facing me or had their back to me. No eyes, no face, just a shadow standing there, like the shadow of yourself on a sunny day, but in the form of a body. I must have realized something because I quickly closed the blinds and pulled the curtains. In a panic, I don't know why I didn't go to my mom and stepdad and tell them. I just got in bed and pulled the covers over my head, wishing to wake up, and they would be gone. My heart was beating so hard I could hear it, but somehow I fell asleep. I woke up sometime later and I couldn't move. At the foot of my bed, I could see a figure standing there. Very short, maybe 3 or 4 feet tall. It was holding my feet. To the side of the bed stood a very tall figure, hunched over in a room with an 8-foot ceiling. It placed a hand on my chest and spoke in a whisper. To this day, I don't know what it said. Not that I could understand the language it spoke, but also because it spoke in a whisper so low I couldn't hear it. The shorter figure climbed up on my bed and scurried up, crawling to my chest like it was mad. Just as it grabbed me, they disappeared. The next morning, I wake up and my chest was hurting. I told my mom about it, and to my astonishment, she wrote it off like I had a nightmare. When I looked in the mirror, you could see a handprint on my chest in a light red outline, a very large outline. This happened just about every full moon until I moved away. After that first time, my chest didn't hurt, and there was never any marks on me again. I thought maybe if I tried to communicate with them, I could find out what they wanted. But every time I couldn't move, couldn't talk. Come to think of it, I don't think I was even breathing. Maybe it was just a bad dream, a nightmare that stopped the day I moved away. Sometime later, both my mom and stepdad had passed away, and I had a marriage that fell apart. So I moved back into that house with my kids. My daughter got my old room, and after the first night, we put more blinds and curtains up. I hung sage and put salt down by the window, and she slept like a baby after that. She asked me why I put the salt and sage out, and I told her to keep the shadow people away. She looked at me in horror and started crying. Then she whispered to me, So you see them too? I thought I was having a nightmare. They came out of those woods, and I'm sure they are still there, waiting. What they want or what they did to me, I don't know. I wish I did. I wish whatever it is, I could find it and give it to them so they maybe will go away. The pear trees over time died over there. Nothing seems to grow but the grass. The fence is still standing, and for some reason, it's rusty and brittle. The fence posts all look burned, even though there's never been a fire. We don't mess around on that side of the yard. All of us kind of feel uneasy about being there, so we let it be as much as possible. I can't say they are trying to do us harm, but I just feel uneasy, like something deep down inside me knows to be scared of them. Them woods have many a dark secret. This one isn't too dark, but if you ever come to my house, I will let you sleep in my old room. Who knows, one night when the full moon is out, you might meet one of the shadow people. Keep in mind, it might be you they're looking for. You may know the story told in the Charlie Daniels song, Legend of Woolly Swamp. Well, you may be surprised he's from this little town I call home. So you can imagine that these creepy woods around here influenced his music. One is the aforementioned song. He even mentions Carver's Creek in it if you listen. That's an old creek that used to be a popular fishing hole about 12 miles west of Elizabethtown. Woolly Swamp is where the creek feeds into. Now it's been said of many moonshiners called the old swamp home. That's where they made their spirits, and some, like Lucius Clay, were said to have left his spirits right there. Most of those old moonshiners liked to bury their money in mason jars, so the law wouldn't get their stash, and neither would some of the more desperate people looking to make a quick buck. If you listen to the song, it'll tell you the rest. Truth is, that old man still walks that swamp, protecting his still and his money. The old man himself sat down one evening after we had been out hunting and told me the story of where that song came from. Charlie very much loved to hunt, and he came down every year to bag him a buck or two. This is what he told me. The song came from a story he was told as a child. When he got older, he thought it was told to keep the kids from venturing in the swamp and running up on a moonshiner, or maybe a gator. So he got bold, and him and a few of his friends went out one night looking. There was an old shack back up in the woods where Lucius lived, and they knew where it was. So with some liquor and flashlights, they went to see if the old man would come around. "You gotta go where the moon is full," he told me. Lucius walked when the full moon was out. That's when he liked to dig up his money. I held on to every word while Charlie spoke. He could tell a story and keep you glued better than any TV could. We went out there, sat around, even built a little fire and broke out a bottle of Jack. Must have been out there for a while, just having a good old time, when we noticed the fire had turned blue, and it was getting pretty damn cold. Won't like the fire had gone out. There were flames 3 feet high off the thing, but it was blue flames, like you'd see burning off a good jar of moonshine. Hell, I could run my hand through the flames, and they were cold to the touch. That's when we noticed we had one more fella sitting with us than what we came with. The old man was sitting right there and had a gaze locked on every one of us. He took that bottle of Jack and turned it up and said, "So you boys come for my money or my shine?" Charlie said the woods got real dark and you could hear screams coming from all around them. The old man said, "They came for my money and shine, but the gators got 'em now." Charlie said he let out a laugh that made your hair turn white, and that's all they needed to see. Charlie said they got out of there so fast, he didn't know if they left anyone till they got to the end of the road. He said he looked over, and Lucius was sitting beside him in the truck, still laughing.
He said Lucius told him to not ever come back down there, or next time the gators would have him too, then just vanished. They never went back to Woolly Swamp. In fact, to his last days, Charlie wouldn't hunt around that swamp. Charlie told me Lucius was the damn evil, and I best not go around there if I didn't want to meet him or those gators. I took his warning to heart and never went in there. I can't say Charlie telling me that story didn't make me curious. Oh, I ventured down that way a few times. On a full moon night, if you go down there and park your car in the right spot, you can hear Lucius in the woods laughing, and the screams off in the distance from those who never came back out. If you venture in there, you might run across an old shack and see where there was a campfire. When you do, I hope you go ahead and run out of there pretty quick. Lucius still has his money hidden out there, and he aims to keep it. Like I told you, them woods hide a many a dark secret. Charlie didn't believe it, and he had to see it for himself. He said it best. There's just some things in this world you just can't explain. Around here on a calm day, you might hear the guns from Fort Bragg going off. So most of us are used to hearing and feeling a bang every now and then. Sometimes though, we get an explosion that hits, and when it does, the windows will rattle, and you're confronted with the thought that the end of the world just started. But when you run outside, there's nothing. No smoke, no fire, just calm. That's when you know you've been introduced to what we call the Seneca guns. It gets its name from the same sound heard around, but they've been heard all around the world and has many different names. Some say it's just the military testing missiles in high atmosphere explosions, or a sonic boom from a fighter jet. Some even say it's a meteor exploding in the atmosphere. Whatever it is, it's been heard long before settlers came here. In fact, the Native Americans said it was the sound of the thunderbird flapping its wings to take flight. Sometimes, if you're at the beach and one hits you, might see an orange ball of light sitting just above the water soon after. Many have said to have seen it. Around here, you might see a green glowing mist coming from the woods. If you look real hard, you might see a figure in that mist, just walking around trying to find its way through the brush. This story really isn't too scary. In fact, it's more of an offer of wonder, yet to be explained. But if you ever hear it, you might understand just how scary it is to live with it every day. There's no warning, no known trigger that causes it. It just happens. A boom so loud your very soul can feel it. A boom that some say comes from the depths of hell. Maybe it's just a weather anomaly. Maybe it's just an atmospheric disturbance. Maybe it's the devil slamming the door to hell after taking another soul. We may never know what it is. Them woods hide a many a dark secret. Some we may never understand. "20-odd years ago, I lay in bed at an old mansion converted into a hotel. I was the caretaker and the only person in the building. I stayed in the old servants' annex, which was down a long, dimly lit corridor. As I lay half asleep, I heard deliberate, evenly paced footsteps walking towards my room at the bottom of the corridor. It was strange because instead of feeling frightened or alarmed, I just lay there and calmly listened to the footsteps grow louder with each step. My heart didn't skip a beat when I heard the handle turn on my door, even when it opened after I felt sure I had locked it. The door slowly creaked open and still I lay there, not feeling any sense of curiosity at who just entered my room. I just blankly stared at the ceiling as if in a lucid dream. The man made his way to my bedside with the same evenly paced, steady gait.
It's really strange, as I had a conversation with this entity, but I only remember it feeling like lying on a psychiatric's chair, as if under some hypnosis. I have no recollection of the subject matter at all. Our talk reached its natural conclusion. All the while, I didn't notice look in its direction. Not out of fear, but rather I didn't have a notion to move an inch. At this point, I felt a foreboding dread, as if somehow I had snapped out of a trance. But still, I didn't move. I felt his presence rise and move toward my face. It felt like he wanted to kiss me goodbye. It closed my eyes as I felt a weight push upon my lips. It wasn't sexual. In fact, it felt slightly aggressive as the pressure started to push my head back into the pillow. I was now starting to feel a bit panicked as my neck started to stiffen in an attempt to resist the increasing weight pushing down on my face. Just at the point I thought my neck would surely snap, it stopped and I was released. I lay there for I don't know how long, but when I finally moved to look around my room, there was no one there. I worked as a PSW on the night shift at a long-term care home. I had a resident bell ring at 2:59 a.m. I went in and asked her what she needed, and she proceeded to yell that there was a man in her bathroom and I needed to get him out. We had people who would wander into others' rooms, so I asked her what the man looked like, and she said he was a black figure and he had no face. I calmed her down and then told whoever was in the bathroom that they had to leave her alone. I then went back to my charting. Around 3:10, I had another call bell ring, but from the other side of the floor, from where the first bell went off. I went into this resident's room. This particular resident would ask for pain meds around this time, and I asked if he needed meds. He told me, and I quote, "There's a creepy man in my room with no face. You need to get him out." My blood ran cold, and I had a nurse stay with me on the floor for the rest of my shift. When I would work the night shift, all sorts of fun stuff would happen. I'd bring wheelchairs out for cleaning after everyone was in bed, and I'd walk down the hall 20 minutes later when it was time to clean them, and they would be on the opposite side of the hall than when I pulled them out. Pens would disappear, lights would flicker, the usual creepy stuff. There once was a man in the last room on the first floor. The room always had to be dark. The curtains closed, he refused care and was all around a very unpleasant individual. Well, fast forward to last year, he passed away, and we transferred a lady. For the purpose of the story, we'll call her E, from the third floor. So E moved to the first floor from the third floor, and then we noticed a change in her behaviour. She went from being the sweet but spunky lady to just a total shut-in. She was grumpy, violent, and anxious all the time. She then somehow fell and broke her hip, so I was assigned to a one-on-one with her to make sure she got the care she needed. She demanded that I sit beside her and hold her hand the entire time I was there. If I got up to do anything, she'd scream. I got up to ask the nurse for some pain meds, and she grabbed my arm and said, "Please don't leave me, don't leave me. There's something in this room and it's trying to kill me." This happened every time I would go in. So a couple of weeks later, I was taken off the one, and the day after I was taken off, she passed away. So after E, we had a new lady move in. We'll call her M. M was a sweet lady. She always took her meds, never refused care, and was all round lovely. Except for when it was night time and she had to go to bed. She'd resist care and cause a fit. One night after she got settled, I came in for her brief change, and the nurse came in with me to give M her meds. And as I was cleaning up in the washroom, I heard M ask the nurse the most chilling question. "Am I going to die soon?" The nurse, of course, said, "Oh God, no. Why do you ask, Em?" And she responded with, because at night the man and the lady in my room tell me I am. I left the room with the nurse after that, and she was pale as a ghost. I asked the nurse if she was okay, and she said, I had a dream last night that E was sitting at the end of my bed, laughing about teasing the new lady in her room. So, I was a freshman in college, and I was going camping with some people I had just met. We were going to a mountain where I'd been camping many times before. We got there at 1 p.m. and set up camp. It slowly gets dark, and I get more and more drunk. Well, not too drunk. At this point, we're all gathered around the fire playing charades. It's around 10 p.m. Our campsite is among the trees, and there's a large hill about 20 feet behind us. I have to pee, so I get up and start walking up the hill so that I can pee on the other side of it. The moon is nearly full, and I can see perfectly fine. I get to the top of the hill and begin to walk down the other side, which is a grassy clearing that meets up with the tree line again. The juice. Right as I'm pulling my pants down, I look at the tree line and freeze because there was a figure standing there about 20 feet away from me. At this point, I'm so drunk that things are spinning, but I realize that what I'm seeing is not normal and I get a grip. I try and look at it, and this is what I remember. It was standing on two legs, and its entire body was white. It was definitely facing me and looking at me, but I couldn't see its face exactly. It had a larger head. It was so white that it was almost glowing in the moonlight. I honestly don't know how long I stood there and stared at it, but it was a while because I was so in shock. Then it turned around and returned into the forest, still walking on two legs. I ran back to the fire and told everyone what had happened, but I didn't want to sound crazy, so I tried to be calm and nonchalant. Everyone was so drunk that we all brushed it off and forgot about it 10 minutes later. I even forgot about it until a month later when those memories hit me. And it's been on my mind ever since. It's really made me question my beliefs about the unexplained. What could it have been? Has anyone had similar experiences? This happened in southern Arizona. I was backpacking in Southeast Asia with 4 of my friends in 2018. We were all pretty young and inexperienced backpackers. In the middle of our planned journey, we made it down to the southern coast of Cambodia. The hostel we were staying at was outside of the main city and took about 30 extra minutes of driving to get to. We finally arrived late at night, and all we could see were dilapidated houses and the still standing hostel. The next day, we wake up and adventure to the beach. We're in a small offshoot of the city, with not much around except the beach and a local restaurant. The main city is about a 20-minute taxi ride. We make our way to the city, have food, and spend most of the afternoon there. When we arrive back at the hostel, we see another group of travelers had checked in and will be sharing our room. From what I could tell, they were German and didn't speak much English. We briefly said hello, but they were older than us and seemed to want to stick to themselves. There were 5 or 6 of them, both men and women, probably mid to late 20s. At this point, it's getting late. It's dark out, and the wind is picking up. I hear the German group say they want to look around a bit, and they leave around 8 or 9 p.m., despite the heavy wind. As the night goes on, the storm gets stronger and stronger. Around 10 p.m., it starts pouring rain intensely. The wind is so strong that the walls of the hostel are shaking, and I become afraid that the roof will blow off. There is loud thunder, and I see lightning outside. I cannot understate how bad this storm was. The winds were so strong that I really thought we might have to take shelter elsewhere. The rain poured all night, and I could hear the ocean waves crashing. The storm continued all night and kept me up, and the German group never came back. I laid awake all night, terrified of the storm, and wondering where they had all gone. In the morning, the storm had calmed down and it was just drizzling. The German group had never returned. All of their belongings were in the shared room still. My friends and I were slightly concerned, and we asked others at the hostel if they had seen the group. No one had seen them since they had left last night. We hung out at the hostel all day until around 2 p.m, when it was time for us to continue on our journey. We checked out with still no sign of the German group. I really hope they ended up staying at a bar or restaurant that night, but there weren't any other places to go nearby. I have no idea what happened to them, and it haunts me to this day. I always get a bad feeling when thinking about it. This was a strange night. It happened about 7 years ago when I was still a teenager. My extended family really loves biking, and they had the great idea to go on a moonlit bike ride. They had heard of others doing it and were pretty sure the moon would be bright enough that we wouldn't need flashlights. The bike path was up a mountain, so it would be downhill the whole way if we drove up and started from the top. 9 p.m. rolls around and all 8 of us head out to the mountain, a 10-mile drive uphill from the base. When we got to the top, clouds have completely covered the moon and it's totally dark. Great! I'm feeling a little spooked already because of the tall trees and slight wind that is whispering through the trees. We all get situated and plan to stick together, but as we start rolling down the mountain, it becomes harder to stay together. All of our bikes were really old, and all of them went varying speeds. So within 15 minutes, we had all separated to the point where I couldn't see anyone in front of or behind me. The mountain road was covered on both sides by thick pine trees, and the moonlight was not very bright because of the clouds. It was terrifying to be suddenly so alone in such a dark forest, so I just kept pedaling as fast as I could. I'm not a superstitious person at all, but I keep getting very bad vibes from the depths of the forest. I almost began to panic, and I wanted to stop and wait for some of my family to catch up, but I was too scared to slow down. It took about an hour to get down the winding road, and when I made it to the bottom, everyone was there waiting for me. I wasn't sure how this was possible because I hadn't seen any of them pass me, and I knew I was in front of at least 3 of them. They had all just arrived too, and I asked them how they were in front of me. They shrugged and didn't really care because of the story my father had just told all of them. This is the story. About 10 minutes into the bike ride, his tyre had gone flat. He decided to give up on the ride and walk back up to the mountain to the car. The path was downhill the entire way, or uphill if you were walking up. There were no changes in that. He recounted that he left his bike to the side of the road and began to walk up the mountain, back to the car. But after about 10 minutes of walking, he came across his bike again. It was as if he had somehow walked in a circle, but that wasn't possible because he knew he had been walking uphill the entire way. My father isn't one to believe in the supernatural, and he seemed genuinely confused. We were all horrified by this story because what the hell? How did that happen? And how did all of my family arrive before me even though none of them had passed me? The rest of my family also shared that they had gotten a very bad feeling during the long bike ride. To this day, my father claims his story is true and there's no explanation. My personal paranormal theories are skinwalkers. The mountain is on a Native American reservation, the Navajo reservation, or aliens. And then my other theory is that my father is just pulling an elaborate prank and I somehow took a different road or turn down the mountain so that my family passed me.